Yo, what's up, guys? Hello! Thanks, Wallen. I will have fun, because this is a fun job. Machinist is, it's fun. I was about to say something else, but I shouldn't say that on the... What's up? Hello, Ludar! Recipe! Reborn! Hi, Lemon how you doing? Shout out to Mr. Recipe Reborn. Chef Extraordinaire. Mr. Todd, Raider Extraordinaire. Todd, when are you doing Ultimate? So, Aurora, hello. Oh, please, Aurora. B4, hello. Jzol, I got you, dude. Idort, hello. Sarek, Arden, if you still hear me, hello. Dan J, hello. What's up, guys? Hello. My glasses are cute. Hey, if you want a pair of your own, I got a link. They're nice. I actually like these glasses. They're actually really comfy. They're not prescription, though. They protect me against the evil blue light. Thank you, Ludo. I appreciate it. Luxy, hello. Hey, Lemon Drop. I got a question for you. Ready? When are you going to open your own restaurant? It's not even like, are you going to do it? It's not even like, are you thinking about it? It's more like, when is it gonna happen? That's the question. Machinist time. It is machinist time. We talk a lot. I gotta update this thing because there's been a lot of updates since the last time I did this guide. And we had one, I think today there was an update, so we want to do it as current as possible. I honestly don't think you will, too stressful. Are you thinking of doing, like, home delivery? Oh, nah, I'll just stream. I'll just be the home Twitch chef for the viewers. Good luck with the rest on the first time. Thanks, Sig! It is my first time. I didn't even start a file yet. Am I trying to get a snack? I am simultaneously trying to get a snack and also make you some bank. So both. It's a business venture. Hey Ada, how you doing? I love these, hello. I look forward to the machinist run, setting up my own file. Alright, well we're gonna get to 120, so you gotta wait till Thursday till we get higher than that. But shall we? I'll talk a lot. At least I'll try to talk a lot. Let's do it. BGM unavailable at this time. What do you mean it's unavailable at this time? Hey Money, thanks for the follow. Thank you for that, I appreciate. Alright, let's go. Just thinking of playing Overwatch soonest. Oh, there's a new one, right? Coming out. There's a new Overwatch coming out. Alright, so what you guys will see me do is we're gonna kill everything. I highly suggest you guys kill everything. Also be very careful going through the rooms, hug the walls, very important, because there are traps in the middle of rooms. But we're gonna kill everything because it's going to keep our XP very high. Also, Peloton is your friend. Spam that thing like you have OCD or something. No survivors. No survivors, that's right. We don't want anything to be alive in here, even if they respawn. Well, we're not gonna go out of our way to kill respawns, bud. Getting roasted by my friend because I don't like burger on a bun. You don't like burger on a bun, so you like an open-faced burger is what you're saying. There's nothing wrong with an open-faced burger. Sometimes the bun's too filling. Alright, 2 strengths. So we scoured the whole room, and off we go to the exit. Again, spam Peloton. Loco Mocha. Loco Mocha. Loco Mocha. What's a Loco? Wait, what's a Loco Mocha? Also, check all the chests. Highly suggest that. Although, that'll probably be more important later on. Here is just kind of... Honestly, it's just kind of whatever. Just played relatively safe. I'm gonna be a safe gamer. If you guys take risks, it's up to you. But I'll be a safe gamer. And you'll see a lot of things that are a little bit more cautious, if you will. But we're just trying to get you the clear. Nothing anything too fancy. And a lot of these things are dying to one-shot anyway, so, you know, nothing to be too concerned about. The only ones we're going to be concerned about is the bees later. I'm gonna do a pacifist run? you do it first, Sig. Do a guide on it first, and I'll follow your guide, alright? Sound good? I love these commentary runs from the start. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to sneak in as much as I can. Also, the thing I need to keep... I want to try to keep this in mind with a run like this, is the player who's approaching this literally for the first time, right? I don't want to make any assumptions on what you have. I mean, the only assumption we're gonna make is the fact that you probably want to be capped on arm and armor, you probably want a little bit of sustaining potions, but then after that, you're pretty much like, I guess you would say, ready to go in terms of the run. So once you have that, then this is when you start actually doing your prog. But you can still do the prog with lower arm and armor and such. But it would be recommended to have full arm and armor and a bit of sustaining potions. We usually say 400, 500 for an attempt to 200. It's a burger patty on rice, egg, gravy. Ooh. That's the designated name for a Loco Moco. Interesting. I might keep that one in mind. Do a backflip. Wait, that wasn't even. Don't assume every. Oh, you're right. That was Love Kips. You're right. That was Love Kips. You know why? Because your names are like the same color in my screen, and it also was very similar. I just don't like the bread on the meat. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, Luxie. You know what I get made fun of all the time? Every time I talk about the fact that I eat burgers with a fork and knife, oh my god, everyone goes haywire. Like, what are you doing, dude? I'm gonna steal your forks and knives. I'm like, alright, steal my forks and knives. See if I care. I'll just find another fork and knife. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I always say some stupid shit. Well, I know, same. I always say stupid shit too. I'm excited to hear my impression of Loco. I'm excited to hear your impression of Loco Moco, everyone. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good. You gonna make one? Ship it over. Mail that one over, Lemon. Why Paladin's Machinist? Why PoTD is Machinist? There's a couple reasons. So first important reason is because I need potsherds, and I still need potsherds. So I needed another excuse to not go on Astro, essentially. Yo, let's go, dude. Fork and knife is king. So that's one reason. The other reason, it's because Machinist has gotten a number of updates, and as we go further and further away from when I first made the tutorial, it's getting more and more out of date. So like, Machinist in essence is the same. Like, no matter what you do with this job, it's going to be the same from even when I first made the tutorial. But you've had damage increases, you've had stats increases, you've had all those things come into play. So in essence, the old guide is a little invalid. So we're making a new one. And then there is also, I think, a small update today with Wildfire. So all the more reason to kind of hop in here, do a 6.0 version of this guide. And if anyone starts referencing it, at least it's there. And you know, I have been getting comments on the old videos that they've been running into problems with the 100 boss, with the floors that we've talked about that are harder later in the run. So a part of that is also taken into consideration. So we do a fresh one, we show all the changes, and then boom, we're good to go. Wouldn't red mace be better for potsherds? It would be better for potsherds, but I failed that run in 161. Update was for 76 trade. Oh, okay. Well, we still have to worry about the other stuff too. Can you double check at the potency? I'm not sure if I'll see it here. It says 100 here. So it's 100 right there. I don't know if you see it because of the keyboard. It says 100. So is that an update for now or is that later? I thought it was enhanced. Okay. I have no idea. I just read Wildfire, that's all I saw. I lost red mates the dumbest thing other. Yeah, same. Luxie, I died in my run too. Open a bronze chest, help me. Oh! A mimic, an early mimic. If you get an early mimic, you want to steal 21. Yeah. If you get a mimic around 21, you should immediately steal and or witching. Yeah. I usually just steal, but you can also pop a sustaining, but if you don't want to do that, you should witching. No, it's just, you're just not going to. Like, I don't even think you're gonna survive without a steal at all. That's how bad it is. But I didn't even have time to suss. No problem. It happens. Hey, at least it's 21. It's only like an hour into the run. When was my last red mage run? Last week. Wait, actually a week and a half ago, because I was doing a no sustaining red mage run, and I died on 161 because I had a mimic on me, and then I aggroed something else, and I couldn't manage damage. That was the last time I did red mage. Kind of sad actually that I've died so early, but it happens. Alright, Peloton. Hugging the walls. It is always 21. Hey, what's up, Alphaden? I'm good. Yo, what up, dude? We're approaching the bees. The bees are the only things here that are going to be your concern. Everything else is just kind of just standard. Nothing really to be concerned about, because, yeah, you're gonna run a gun. We're gonna do more of that. You'll see that later in the run. So kind of unnecessary to go haywire with the running and gunning. Here's the bee. So here's some options that we have to do, alright? Oh, actually, let me get rid of this. The thing with the bee is that they do Final Sting, and Final Sting probably kills you. But we have some options. So when you see Final Sting, if you're for some reason having an issue with it, we can run away from it. And we don't take that damage. Now, Machinists should basically have no problem with that, because you should be running and gunning anyway, but just in case you have some type of weird aggro, you can get away from Final Sting. That's your only option for Machinist, because you don't have a stun. I mean, you could Witching, I guess, but I mean, this is kind of over the top. So you just do that, and you're good to go. LOS the Sting. You could LOS it if you really want to get fancy, but yeah, I keep it simple. That's what I did. I apparently LOS'd it by accident at one time. I lost my first Dark Knight earlier too, but that was just too risk. Gotcha. That's how I died in my one. Oh, because he let Final Sting go? Oh yeah. Respect the bees. You get any bees on the field, respect the heck out of them. Let's try. We'll use it. You probably LOS the demons. I don't LOS anything in Palace because I don't trust the caves. The caves are like the problem. I blasted him but didn't get the third set quick enough. It's alright, you learned a lesson, it's all good. Potential Mimic. So, bronze chests will start to show up at floor 7. You didn't see any bronze chests before then, this could be a Mimic. Which it isn't. But the first chance of you seeing a Mimic is a really low chance is right here, floor 7. Nice of it to show up so I can demonstrate that. Too bad it wasn't Mimic though. Lost my first summoner at 120 temp, yeah. I mean, healers are the ones I get so scared about when it came. I mean, Asho I was scared about the bees, but you can AoE them down, as or taught me and told me. Just AoE them down. Spit shot! Oh, I can't use it. Oh, I need a target. We'll keep that in mind for when I get the Astro. Yeah. Good luck with Astro. Let me know how that goes. Honestly, it's almost like I'm trying to find excuses not to do Astro, but I need potsherds. Like I cannot continue Astro without potsherds. So Sage is good. I like Sage a lot. Sage was a great job to take in. So this first 10 is just very simple. For running and gunning. I do suggest, by the way, to be fighting in hallways. You'll never see traps in a hallway. The traps will only be in rooms. Spawn room doesn't have a trap. But if you're running and gunning through the room, there's a chance you might step on a trap, and that could cause some tragedy. Like landmines into getting autoed, so on and so forth. So unless you're kind of confident and know what you can do to kind of get ready for that, then play it safe. Also worth noting, my inventory is a bit of a mess. but you want to have these items at the ready. These are the best potions you can use here. Use the potions that are dropping from this floor, which are regular potion high quality, because they're a low recast, and you're gonna get the most bang for your buck. So if you're getting low HP, use the potion, and that's going to be useful probably more for the boss than anything else. And you'll see them when you're killing enemies. You'll see them drop from the enemies, specifically potion high quality. Once we get to the next set, it's high potion, and then they keep going up the tier. But use the one appropriate for the floor. Later, you'll use supers or max potions if you have them. I've been back on the Necromancer guide. This renewed guide would be a blessing. Billy, that's really the reason why I'm doing it. Because, I mean, the old ones are fine, except the fact that... Yes, except the fact that the 100 boss is a bit different. Oh, it's quite a bit different than my old version of that video. And so we'll definitely do that updated version of it. I did put in the comments, I believe, my attempt on Machinist, where we did do the 100 boss in Endwalker. But I don't blame people for not reading the comment section. I tried to put it right at the top, but look, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I can only do so much outside of like literally re-editing the video, which is not gonna happen. But doing a new one I think will be good. So, and it's current. I mean, this is straight out of a patch, so this will be as up to date as you can think of. I think I probably need around 3 million sustaining potions to start. 3 million? Just 3 million? You're lowballing, Sig. I'm grounded from melee because I need potsherds. Yeah, potsherds are just kind of brutal on melee. Okay, let's go. I have a run at 141, but I started the second one to get one over to get that feeling for it again. Gotcha. Gonna delay my Asho. Yeah, that's my conservative estimate. Having to pause Asho, everyone feels bad. Yeah, I want to go back to back, so I'd rather just do it straight and stuff. Okay, so here we have 2 Hornets because I stepped on a Luring. We want to focus the Hornets first, especially because there's 2. Especially because we want to worry about the final sting. But we can run away from it like I showed you earlier. So we took out the Hornets. Extra XP is not bad though, not gonna complain. We'll take the strength here. Looking forward to this run. I'm currently on 4-120 on Machinist and I'm a bit spooked to keep going just yet. You got it. Well, today we'll just get to 120, but Thursday we'll definitely continue in the assumption I actually make it past that point. Which, you know, you never know. Although my connection has been pretty good. I am recording as well, so it's good. Oh no! I'm in AoE! So again, if your HP gets low, use a regular potion. The ones that are dropping from here, not a super potion. It'll be a 22-second cooldown, and it'll give you the most heal. Alright, that's 410 in the books. Here. Let's continue. Guess I'll prepare, ready for that second part. Hell yeah, Gourmet, I got you, dude. How do you manage your Pomanders? I have a habit of hoarding them until I overcap, but lately I've been trying to use them more proactively. So if you're talking like Sarek, like the climb up to let's say 100, I kind of just loosely just go with the extra. When we get the overcap, we go in for it. Now on these, actually for this floor, for the 1 to 50, when you're still climbing and you're still leveling, I will open with strengths and potentially steals, because we want to kind of kill a little bit quicker. And look, if we're not gonna get a strength from here to like, you know, 40, then something's really wrong with your RNG. You're going to pick up strengths just by the nature of the RNG, in the assumption you're checking chests here. So use them, you can keep them at 2, but probably at about 130-ish, you want to start hoarding them and keeping them and start using the extras, because things are going to start to get harder. But you'll see it throughout the run what I'll do as we're going through the floors. Here again, I like to start off with a strength, maybe a steal, but we're kind of, you know, pretty good on level right now, so... Hey Gabriel, I am on V2 remote, that's right. Floor 10 Time Worn, that's right, true. Pretty high. Yeah, wait. Okay, so we have a bronze chest here. That can be a Mimic. And if it is a Mimic, I may want to steal. Which it is not. But if you get a Mimic this low, which is 12, 13, your level might be way too much of a difference from your current level to the Mimic. So I would highly suggest you consider a steal. And then this is a really good room to kite, which is what we call the donut room. So you can use it to kite around if you really need to. But just something to be noted if you encounter that as a problem. And notice also, in this specific cave floor, I'm gonna fight a lot in the hallways. And once I've killed something, then I go in, because the traps can be along the corners. I really don't recommend you guys fighting in a room that has a trap or running through it, if you can help it. Again, if you know how to deal with it, great. But to play it safe, you want to do that, and especially when we start seeing slimes later which have the enrage and can one-shot you. You don't want to be toaded in the instance in which they decide to explode. So slimes are scary. You want to respect certain enemies, and by respect I mean just literally stand there and shoot them. Like, you really don't need to be too fancy with some of the enemies here. They're not gonna kill you except for their enrage. Just handle them and then move on. Where's that chest? Okay, it's over here. Alright. And I'm gonna be loosely going through the floors. Dude, where was that chest? I guess there is a drop. Is it easier to clear with Machinist nowadays than how it has been in Shadowbringers? Is it easier? I think it is easier, but only because there has been further patch updates after 6.0. Like, if you were to compare the release of 6.0 versus Shadowbringers, I think the experience was very similar, with the exception of the healing strategy, because of the stat squish, and that your super or your max potions actually healed you for more percentage-wise than it did in Shadowbringers, because you have less HP. An example for this is that Max Potion had always recovered... What is Max Potion? Max Potion was... here we go. 30% of your HP for 2,400 points. That was the same in Shadowbringers as it was in Endwalker. So just by the nature of just math, because you have less HP, you're essentially healing for more percentage because it heals for that same amount. So trying to do a healing strat, which I'll be doing once we get to Behemoth on Thursday, we don't need to drop food anymore, which was a bit of a problem for people to remember to drop food, and we had to convince you guys to drop food because there was a very good reason to do so. Now you don't have to, because it's completely unnecessary. Here's the slimes, by the way. We are going to fight them in the hallway, so we don't hit a toad trap or anything, we just respect it. So that part got slightly easier, but since then, up to current time right now, which at the time, hold on. Shit, don't even know. At the time of this video, we just had our 6.11 patch. Machinist has had some potency updates. Drill got updated, some of the GCDs I believe got updated. So just by the nature of that, it's just easier because you're just dealing more damage. So yeah. That's correct. If you're going to do the healing strategy, which is what I do, you can leave food on. I guarantee you'll be fine. Because I did do a run myself, and I purposely left food on, and it was still very comfy. I didn't even have to worry about dropping food. As long as your heals are on par, so that means you properly used your sustaining potion, you didn't clip that thing, you didn't clip your other heals like your potion and your second wind, you'll be perfectly fine. But you can still think about dropping food if it looks like you maybe missed a tick on your sustaining potion, so on and so forth. But it would be unnecessary if things go the way it needs to be. Oh, I have the wrong, sorry, I have the wrong box again. I always forget about this. This is me, never remembering to do my stuff. Okay. Good thing I didn't have the, it's my first time playing this game command going through. Okay, so we're respecting the pudding here. Again, this will enrage, I believe, in 35 seconds. If you leave this alive for about 35 seconds, it will instantly explode and do a raid wide that will one-shot you. Almost guaranteed. So that's why it's kind of a, not really, I wouldn't say it's a meme, it's just the thing that everyone knows about, that you just worry about the slimes, and just that's how you do it, you just respect them, that's it. One day you'll get the hang of the streaming thing? Yeah, one day. You know, we're 3 years in, it's one day I'll do it. Although, to be fair, the variety thing is brand new, and I always forget things. I'm thankful I remembered to turn off the ads, because I don't have ads going when I do Deep Dungeon. I do the ads myself. I have the ads on for PvP, but not for Deep Dungeon. Okay, you still don't have any Mimic, which is fine. So here I will run through the room with this enemy, which is fine, because even if I Toad or something, we're not gonna die. However, the Cobras! We should talk about the Cobras. They have a special ability, which I will not demonstrate, because then I have to reset the run. If you're fighting a Cobra and you turn into a Toad, the Cobra will eat the Toad and one-shot you. You just have to take my word for it. If you want to find out yourself, then go ahead, but I tell you, you are guaranteed dead if you turn into a Toad while a Cobra is on top of you. It will use a special move called Devour. The only time it uses Devour. So heads up on that one. Yes, they will. And again, this is something I would love to demonstrate, but it would mean I'd have to reset the run, and I'm not keen on doing that when we're already, like, you know, an hour into stream, essentially. And they will do the same thing 100 floors from now, which is more brutal, of course, if that happens. It's just one of those weird, just very rather specific interactions in Palace of the Dead. Peloton's your friend. Well, respect the Cobra, not the Toad. The Cobras don't respect the Cobras don't respect the Toad. Witness meal food in a. You witnessed the meal food in a group run? Yep. And I bet it's probably like, wait, why did that happen? You know, get all confuzzled as to why that happened. Well, that's the reason. In short, fight Cobras in between rooms only. Same as slimes. Respect them just like slimes. Don't run. Do not run through a room with a Cobra on your ass. Oh my goodness. You're literally asking to die. Which is worse at higher, Toad or Lure? Assuming you've aggroed? Luring Trap can catch... I would say a Luring Trap, hands down, because if you're not experienced, or you're not used to having to deal with it, which honestly takes a long time to get to that point, it's probably Luring. A Toad Trap, you can get away with it, for the most part, with the exception of a Cobra. It's 20 seconds. More than likely, every person who gets toaded will try to run away with Toad on. Like, that's just a natural reaction. You're not going to stand there. Although some people probably are, like, accepting death already. But I would say 9 times out of 10, you're running away from the enemy. So you can probably get away with it. And get back out of Toad just in time to heal it up. I'm going to stay here to respect the Toad. To respect the Cobra. Palin way better now in PvP, you can kill now. Gabriel, you must be happy, dude. You must be happy. Toad is only bad when you aggro? That's true. I think what Luxy said was assuming you had aggro, so with aggro, that's what it's bad for. You love the new PvP? New PvP is good. I'm gonna be committing to it every Friday for now. I'm actually probably not gonna stream tomorrow. Because honestly, I don't really have anything I want to stream. Because I want to keep SOP on Mondays. We'll do the PvP on Fridays, but I have no goal in PvP right now. Like, I have my goal in PvP, so it's just maintenance and just doing it because I just have a lot of fun, so I don't want to burn out in either of those two. So I don't quite have something I really want to stream on Wednesday. And then also Saturday might be iffy on my end too. I just don't want to push it. Like, it's just... If I'm on game to do something, I'm gonna just throw myself into a stream. So no stream tomorrow. Almost guaranteed. New Dragoon plays like a dream. New Dragoon was my go-to for a while. I really like New Dragoon. While I started shifting into other jobs. Hey, we got a Mimic! Oh, I guess it should be worth noting, guys. This one I'm taking for granted as well. Mimics will only show up from bronze chests. From 1 to 30. I think it's 30. Either 1 to 30 or 1 to 40. I believe it's 1 to 40. I can't quite remember. I think it's 1 to 30. It's 1 to 30. Okay, 1 to 30 is bronze chest. So the mimics come in tiers. you'll never see a Mimic come from multiple chests. So like for instance, the Mimic here will come from a bronze chest. You will not expect a Mimic 100% from a gold chest or a silver chest. They will not come. They only come from a singular version of a chest. And so that's 1 to 30, 31 to 40 is silvers, and then I believe 41 plus is going to be all golds from there on. And that is worth noting because old school methods of how you thought about it before this was discovered and this was noted down. I think Meiji was the first one to kind of note that a long time ago. You just thought mimics were coming from everything, and so there are times when you look at a bronze chest, you're like, I don't want to deal with this mimic. You look at a silver chest, you're like, I don't want to deal with it. So it kind of is very helpful to have that little bit of knowledge, because then you can open the other chests. You can get to the bronze chests that give you the potshers. You don't have to fear them. Yeah, they do come from tiers, that's right. And to kind of further confirm that knowledge, if like you have some doubts about it, go to a floor, use an alteration. If you get mimics with an alteration, take a look at their color. They will always be the same color, and they will always be the color of which they spawn. So if I were to have an alteration here, and they were mimics, they would all be bronze chests, no matter how many there are. And that would be like, oh, they only come from that chest. And that'll be the same when the silver chests happen, that'll be the same when the gold chests happen. So that'll kind of confirm to you that that's why it's only one tier. Otherwise, it would show up as a variety of colors, so on and so forth. And that'll be actually hilarious if the next Deep Dungeon, they break that mold, and it will be from multiple chests, and we'll all have to be scared for every single chest on the ground. But that'll be a thing that we'll see in the future. And we'll have to wait for that. Strength. Oh, I'm gonna use that. I think you should be able to get potshers from bags. I think so too! It's one little excuse I have for not opening my sacks, not gonna lie. I don't think it's gonna happen, but you never know. Yakushi, hey, thanks for the tier 1 2 months.
The more you know.
The more you know. See, this is why I love these streams in particular, because it's just literally, I'm just vomiting knowledge right now. And sometimes there are things that I do take for granted on the normal runs when we're just chilling with chat and I'm just going through the motions. And you just don't realize it, because I'm just doing it and I know it, like I'm executing them, but I'm not talking about it. But these are the type of streams and the videos that we do that goes over it, because obviously the approach here is the person that may be trying to do Necromancer for the first time. That they're trying to go for the title, they don't know that much, they're exploring the options right now, they haven't watched the streams probably. So we gotta take that into consideration. So if you're listening and you got like questions that are super like newbie, and you might think it's a dumb question, quote unquote, no. You're gonna help the person that is looking at this for the first time. And please ask away. Insomnia, thanks for the follow, welcome in. Our first alteration, let's go. I'll talk about how I utilize alterations myself. My grandma Red Mage Summoner while watching since they're sub 100, streams a vibe. Oh, I appreciate that. That's kind of what I like to have with the stream, you know? I'm kind of chill. No, I am chill, I'm not kind of chill, I am chill. And that's kind of what I like to go for, dude. It's just me sitting, I'm just sitting in front of my PC, playing a game, and just talking about it with lights on, essentially. Hey there, hello. Cake time first! Yo, what's up, Dan J? How you doing, dude? What cake you got, dude? The Morables are probably the hardest things in here, by the way, aside from the mention of the slimes. They just do bad breath, but we can handle them no problem. Coconut cake, okay. Now, I have a friend who likes coconut. Gonna get the yellow beam to respect some content. Now, one thing to note about the yellow beams. Yes, you want the money. Yes, it's great. You're gonna really see me rarely go for them, because it is a known fact that intuitions tend to share the same spawn points as traps. And there are times that we've seen it. You use a sight, there's a yellow beam, and you see the trap like literally directly on the yellow beam. So you do want to be careful if you're going for yellow beams and intuitions. just know that that potentially can be a trap due to the nature of its position. So you just know that you're taking a risk if you do it. Almost high down and stuff hits hard, but I made it. Nice. That's actually the first tough floor, Danjay. It really is the first tough floor to deal with 51 to 60. So good job. Reject Yella. Get clears. So Sig, you are with me on the church of anti-yellow beams. I like it. Now I do have an alteration, and what we're going to be utilizing the alterations for is a experience point boost, which we'll do in the next floor. And again, I'll talk about that later, but I'm not using it now. Because if we were to spawn Mimics or Korrigans, we are kind of over-leveled for them, and they're not going to give me as much as much as they would give me later on. And we want to be pushing our experience points and our levels higher and higher so that we can stay ahead of the enemies and be a little bit more stronger. And that's why you're watching me kill everything. If we kill everything, we're staying in a really good amount of levels, so everything becomes a lot easier to kill. And it'll make your life a lot easier as well. Until you get 60, then 60 you can start considering going faster, killing less, but we gotta get to 60 first. That's my game plan. I'm not saying that's the way that you should do it, but that is what's kept me pretty consistent on my runs. Hey Ellie. Oh, Ellie's here. Ellie is the content respecter. After almost timing out due to a horde, I only grab the bag if it's like directly in front of the spawn. Yeah, you're like me, man. We got another Mimic, let's go. That's bonus XP right here. I didn't get to 35 though, so here might be interesting. Actually, you know what? We're gonna get a respawn. The respawns here, I believe, are 40 seconds. I actually want to push to 35 here, because the boss is 35, and trust me, it'll actually make my life a little bit easier, because we're gonna take slightly less damage due to the fact that we are getting to 35. You don't have to do this. What I want to demonstrate here is being able to get through the boss without a sustaining potion, because more than likely there might be people out there who do not have a sustaining potion. So if your level is just a little bit lower, you can wait a little bit, just wait a little bit of time, kill a little bit more, push to 35. And I don't want to use that sustaining only to kind of assume that maybe you don't have any. Ellie killed me on Sunday because she wanted me to get a yellow beam, and I did for her. And I died. So I mean, you know, it happens. Lust. Okay, we are running no potion here. If I dip below, like, say, 25% HP, I will drop it, and we will go to, we will start healing up. But we should be okay. I do recommend, by the way, having Strength and Steel for all bosses. Until you're comfortable, if you're on, like, your 9th run, 10th run, you can start threading that needle, but I highly, highly recommend have a Strength Steel for every boss. It'll make your life easier, it'll make it comfier. And honestly, again, it's not like you're gonna run out of Strength and Steel from here on, you're gonna pick them up. I'm bringing him to the center so I can kill the bees at the same time, although it's not really necessary. And that's no sustaining on that one. 20 down. Okay, now we were just talking about this earlier. If you see a bronze chest at 21, you want to be a little cautious because they have a chance at spawning a Mimic, and the Mimics here in this particular floor will be the most difficult you'll run into. Also, I will be using an alteration here, and I will usually couple it with an affluence, because there is a rumor from the JP that if you couple affluence and alteration together, you might have a higher chance for a treasure room. And why on God's earth would we want a treasure room? Well, it will give us more experience points. That's it. We get stronger. It's really that simple. I would recommend going Strength and Steel here, because things are like a little wacky with the scaling. it'll feel a little bit more comfy to use the strength and steel, and then once you get up to like 25 or something, it'll be well balanced. But I've always felt the first couple floors here a little bit wacky in terms of your strength to the enemy. You feel a little bit weaker than you were in the previous set. It was for a good cause, says Ellie. It was for a good cause. I'm not complaining. I gotta title the video Ruined by Eric when we titled that video from the charity run. Because he killed my run, literally. Spikes and damage dealt and taken, that's right. It's just a weird spot for the run. It's actually I would say the biggest spike in the entire run, with the exception of 91 right now. Like, you'll feel it. Like, everything else feels kind of like, it kind of, like, climbs a little bit at a good pace, but here it spikes a little bit. And I would say this is a common floor for people to die on, aside from the 30 boss in itself as well. The 30 boss can definitely take some lives. Especially if you don't have any sustaining, and we'll do that no sustaining as well, just to demonstrate that, in case people don't have it and such. Again, we're killing everything. We might push this to a 30-minute run, but we're playing it safe, we're getting the experience points, so on and so forth. I saw that in 6.1 had buffs for potency on Wildfire. It is, the Wildfire increase alpha, I believe, is only for higher levels. I believe it is a 76 trait, so it does not apply to sub-60 machinists. Because my Wildfire here still is 100, and I think that's what it was before, right? Because I think now it's, what, 220 in the higher levels? But it's 100 here, so it should, that I think is the same as what it was before. My rumor is that affluence leads to no items. Omniross, I'm with you on that one, Omniross. I do believe in that one. I believe in the affluence giving no items. I believe in the flights giving treasure rooms. Because we need kind of more conclusive data on that, but those are the ones that I've seen just happen a little bit more. It's probably just confirmation bias, but man, have I seen it, and some people could agree with me on that one. I get lust so rarely for this boss though. That's true, Creamy Alyssa. And honestly, it's not a bad thing though. If you don't have a lust on the boss, you can just spam your potions way better, because your heals should be in order. You just kill the bees. You want to be spamming high potions, which you'll get from the drops. So it does make it a little bit of a longer fight, but it's a little bit more, honestly it's safer. Like, it was risky even staying in lust because I didn't have any heals. The Rose Mage, hey, thanks for the follow up from it. At least my affluence just got to know items. And mine too. Mine too. Okay, this could be a mimic, which it is not. That sucks. I kind of wanted to demonstrate a mimic, but I guess it is what it is. No knockback gives me rages. Hope the run is going well. I'm excited to see him. Hey! Oh my gosh, I gotta respect this. Hold on.
Adamite to very first clears this week. First one from Fleur 51 because it's just another practice run and didn't really expect to make it through 191 plus since he hadn't been there solo yet.
Started another one after and got the title of my Sprout character. Dang, dude! Wow, that's hey, you know what? Sometimes those clears come in when you least expect it. Yo, congratulations! Welcome to the club. Thank you for the bits, by the way. That was really nice of you. But hell yeah, dude. Sentinel of Silence. I'm glad the videos and all the information has helped you. That's what I want to hear. So thank you for that. Cake acquired. Coconut cake. Let's go. Keep blast. Anything here? So that's why I want to push these videos out. You know, when I get a chance, when I'm in the mood for them, because I know these help people, and that's all I want to do. I just want to help people get the things, and I think the Machinist one is the most important right now. Because it is honestly out of date. There's been so many updates to Machinist, especially with the whole 100 boss, the 91 set, so on and so forth. So hugging the walls, even though I'm moving along with the enemy. Okay, we do have mimics here. So here's a good example of how the mimics will be. We do have interrupt. So machinist, one of the good things on machinist is that you do have an interrupt, which means if Pox comes out, we take care of it. Here, I wanna walk along the walls. I've already walked this wall because I've seen it. I've seen it by going this way the first time. We do infatuation there to stop infatuation, which would give me the Pox. And again, this is with steel, so you see it is kind of hitting me quite a good amount of damage because I am 4 levels below it. But that is why you want to have steel for mimics this high up. Sight's kind of good. Now we do want to kill it. I'm going to show you in a second why we want to kill those mimics. And yes, mimics are deadly. Mimics are kind of scary, but we want to kill them. And I will show you the reason why they are good, and that's why we use an alteration. I'll just give you evidence for that. What's the easiest path to 200 in my opinion? Machinist has a good route up. Reaper has a great route up, but I wouldn't recommend that to a new player. Okay, so guys, check this out. See over here? Look at the XP I've been getting. 3,000, 4,000, 4,000, 2,000. Here's a Mimic, right here. Mimic is 16,000. Mimic, 16,000. If they're Corrigans, you're getting that amount too, 16,000. They are a massive, massive amount of an XP bonus, and that's why even dealing with one of them will increase your power a lot. So in these early floors, using the alteration like that is, in my opinion, very good. And honestly, it might give you a nice little challenge, you know? Hey, how do I deal with something a lot harder? Let me just get that little bit of juice going.
Notes.
Yo, Koemi, thanks for the 7 months, I appreciate that. Actually, Summoner also, Kryno, would be in the route. I would say Summoner is very similar to Machinist, and I honestly would recommend Summoner for a newer player. It's just that you don't have interrupts, you have to deal with Pox, but Summoner would be a good start too. But I still overall recommend the job that you're good on, first and foremost. Play the job that you're good with first, and then you can branch out from there if you need to. I usually use all my alterations on lower floors because they make so much XP. Yeah, no, yeah, same. Well, what I do, Cumulus, and of course, you know, you don't have to do it this way, but I like to use it on the 1st to 3rd floor, maybe the 4th floor, but if I get an alteration, say at 25 or the 5th floor, I'll save it for the next set. Because one, I'm probably not overcapping, but two, I'd rather get the bigger boost on the 1st floor of the next set versus a little bit less on the later floor of this current set, if that makes sense. That's how I kind of do it. Save all this early floor, these sets for that sweet XP. Yeah. Sig actually put it in text form, that's pretty much what I said too, so I do like it on the early floors, personally. Koemi, thanks again, I really appreciate that resub. I hope you're doing well. Now, you'll see the enemy is taking a little bit longer to kill. I don't have strength on, and I didn't pick one up. But this is kind of where, again, the scaling is a little bit funky because of that. I'm going to go the other way because that's the exit. I want to clear everything here. Even healers for new players. See, what it is for where my thought process is, Yakushi, is you want to try to enter Deep Dungeon with a job that you're familiar with. Even healers. Because what you need to do is you want to discover how Deep Dungeon in itself feels. Because you have to learn Deep Dungeon. You're not just learning how to manage your job and how to play it in this game mode. You're also learning all of the other details for Deep Dungeon. How to use Pomanders, how to handle situations, how to hug the walls, how to avoid traps, how to deal with aggro. And so if you're trying to learn a job on top of trying to learn Deep Dungeon, it might be overwhelming. So if you can at least eliminate one of the things like, okay, at least I know how to play my job. I've played White Mage for years. I know how to play this job. Well, it gives you a little bit of a perspective. I mean, yeah, more than likely you'll swap off White Mage, but at least you will get the experience of Deep Dungeon. Does that make sense? That's how I believe would be a decent idea of doing it. And then thereafter, once you've gotten a little bit of the taste of the Deep Dungeon solo, then you can start venturing into, okay, let's try this job I haven't played yet, you know? Of course, it's convenient if your main job is a machinist or a summoner, so on and so forth, because you're already there, but you have to take into consideration someone who's never played the job before. Thanks for the advice for my Astra main, can't wait to get 200 my first try. You do it, Sig. Go ahead, Sig. Show the world it can be done. Can we go over floor 100 from a file that starts at 51? Not the title, but for the sake of getting used to the floors and secondary fire. Oh, absolutely! The only thing I always say, Alka, if you want to start at 51 plus, just make sure that you're not, like, if you're progging up to, like, let's say 170, then yeah, do a 51 plus file. But if you're getting past 180 consistently, you better start getting to 1. Because the worst case scenario is that you just clear by accident. And if you clear at a 51 file, man, that's gonna feel real bad, you know what I'm saying? So, just be careful that doesn't happen. I'm doing pretty good, although I don't know why, but I've decided to give Golden Saucer Mahjong a try. It's legit more difficult than Palace of the Dead. It's a lot of rules and it's a lot of things to learn, but that's fair. I'm not gonna argue that. I attempted to do it for a little bit on stream, but I had no idea what I was doing, dude. Zero clue. My strat for PoTD was to play a very lot 1,000 floors in groups. You can learn the floors and enemy attacks weakness and reduce it. B4, that's not a bad idea, to reduce the groups from 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. Actually, a duo, if you go in with a friendo, or if you go in with like your partner, significant other, whatever it might be, a duo really feels like a solo, because a lot of the things that we would suggest you to pull, to not to pull, you know, to avoid, to like look at the enemy and be like, okay, watch out for this one, you would do in a duo. You would not actually break out of that mold in a duo. Like, I wouldn't suggest ever pulling a Frost Dragon in a duo. You can do it in a trio, but not a duo. So it's definitely a good kind of gateway to get into solo, if you have a friend that you have, you know, you play a lot of this game with. Also, I've seen it very commonly. Our buddies Shayla and Pinned, Setsu did it with some friends. They would go into Behemoth and have a buddy with them for insurance. So they would have a little bit less pressure, they would practice the rotation, and if for some reason it didn't go right, at least they have a backup plan and they can either do it again or they just bypass Behemoth and go right to Godfather so they can get the practice. So there are a lot of things can be really useful in that front. And I think that was a really cool trend to see, if you have that option. And it's a nice way to spend time with a buddy or a partner or something, you know? You're gonna spend like 10 hours in here. That's a pretty cool bonding moment, if you will. So, I have also not really mentioned too much about enemies in here. There really isn't too much of a threat in here. A lot of these enemies are pretty standard. They don't do anything special outside of the mimics. So it's pretty much just watch the AoE, stay away from them. You really don't have to go ham on what each thing does. Just kill them one at a time. I think the only time you want to worry about that is if you are dealing with multiple at the same time, which I will not be doing on this run. I'll just play it safe again. You could do multiple. Big pulls are something the machinist can handle, but hey, look, you're looking for your first clear, not going for a scoring run here. Follow question: how do I get someone to spend time with you? Ask very nicely, Sig. Sig, I want you to practice on Ellie. Go tag Ellie and say, hey, I really would like to hang with you in Deep Dungeon, and see what the response is. Maybe you'll get a good response, I don't know. Just a thought. When I think of romantic getaway, my first thought is Palace. Yeah, it's very romantic in here. Look at the gloom. Nothing says, I heart you like a gloom floor. Duh. Red is the color of passion? Yeah. It is. That's right. Oh my god, dude. I'll make sure to put chat in this video. It'll make it better. Nah! Try again next time. Well, you try it's sake, it's okay. Berea, say thanks to follow. Wait. I don't know why I didn't show up on Twitch, but I appreciate it all. Unlucky, yeah. Try again next time, man. Blind floor, it's alright, not a big deal. You always like the gloom visual effects? Now, every time I look at it, I think of death. Like, great, I'm gonna probably die here. That's just fantastic. Do main story, maybe you can find an Irish friend. Woo! Wait, what happened to my Twitch? Why is it broken? Hello? I'm not getting notifications on my Twitch. Hey, thanks for the follow, Pinstripe Barbarian. I appreciate that as well. Ever since Koemi subbed, it broke my notifications on Twitch. Koemi is way too strong apparently. There's something behind me. What is this? Is this a Minotaur? It is a Minotaur. Yeah, a turtle just spawned. Reassemble into hotshot. Oh, I do use hotshot. Lol. Again, nothing too threatening. We're just killing everything, keeping our levels high. This is a pretty chill part of the video, or part of the run, if you will. You could probably think about running through the room like I am. Actually, one thing to note, which is interesting, is that see these rocks over here? In the lower floors, we can actually jump on these rocks like here. We can get around these rocks, we can hop on them. I can guarantee you there's no traps on these rocks, so it kind of helps you avoid the traps. But once you get up to 10111, which we'll do at the end of the stream, you cannot hop on those rocks anymore. They like blocked you from the ability of getting on top of them, which is like a weird thing. But yeah, they're useful on the lower floors, but you cannot use them in the higher floors, and you feel very kind of, honestly, it kind of feels a little claustrophobic. Because it makes the room so much smaller because you can't get around them. Nice classic Phantasy Star theme. Boss theme, Phantasy Star. Okay, we have owls. Owls do AoE sleep. We can stop, I believe I can stop the sleep. I can't quite remember if I can. Let me see for a second. Nope, I can't stop the sleep. So the sleep is pretty brutal. What you want to do is you want to make sure you don't kill it because that sleep animation is really long. So if it's in the middle of the sleep animation and you do a kill shot on the owl, you might actually get stuck in sleep for a long time. Actually, I might be able to demonstrate that just for the sake of showing you how painful it is so you guys don't do it yourself. This is perfect. I'm doing a revenge arc with Machinist Temp now. I got the bot to lift back on. Yeah, well, assuming I'll clear. Okay, we got a Mimic here, but that's okay. I don't have Steel on, but we are 45 versus it being 43. So we are a higher level, so it's not going to be as scary as if we got this in the lower level. I have Second Wind, which I'll use here. We're gonna interrupt here for the Infatuation. And that handles the Mimic. And we want to continue to run around the room just to keep our survival up. That's how Machines is gonna work. You gotta run and gun the whole time. Lust. Leek, how you doing today? It's good to see you. Dude, I started this before 19 Treasure Room with Mimics. Wow! Oh man, that's a big experience bonus. If I saw that, I would be so excited. Because one, it's high points, but two, you're gonna get so much XP from it. Okay. We'll see if there's anything else in the floor, which there is. There's a Spurgen. No Spurgen. 1, 2, 3. Did I hit the button? Celebrating my birthday and about to. Hey, well, happy birthday, Lake. Happy 23rd birthday. I appreciate. I hope you had a good one. Is it became your score run? Yeah. Hey, you get the rare Mimic Treasure Room. You gotta take that as high score for sure. We'll use that. Okay, so let's try to demonstrate the owl here. If I can kill it at the incorrect time. Not fast enough. He's in 24th. That's one of them. Happy birthday, Wakey. Let's go. It's 24. Oh, you actually are 24. Oh, I see. I was just giving a really low number. Okay, here. Oh, it didn't work. I gotta demonstrate that correctly. I can't believe I didn't demonstrate it correctly. Have I done any recent runs on Red Mage by any chance? Yep. Does it feel just as okay? Oh yeah, Red Mage is like the same. Yeah, I did Red Mage about 2 weeks ago. It's about the same. No difference there. Actually, it's actually better because the fact that you have engagement's really useful now. And I think the update to Manification is really nice as well. What do they do to the old PvP achievements in your progress? If you're talking about Feast, it carries over into Crystalline Conflict. So the amount of matches you played and the amount of matches you win go into Crystalline Conflict. And yeah, they would just be there. They pretty much had carried over from the Fold before as well, so it's the same from the Fold. If you did PvP that long ago, and you even know what the Fold is. Now the only ones you can't technically get is the Rival Wings, because Rival Wings is disabled, but they'll put it back in eventually. But yeah, Rival Wings is the only one that you have no access to. Okay, so I waited to get the strength, by the way, until I finished the floor, because I had extra strength. That's going to be a very good habit to do. You get a strength, cool, but if you have one running already, finish the floor first and use it on your way out. Trust me, it's a much better optimization of it, if you will. I have a machinist-related question. Okay. What's a good strategy on using turret? I'm torn as using it as DPS early floors, or just hold it until gauge is full. I will tell you, I forget about my turret all the time. I just literally forget about it. So a lot of times when I just run like, oh, I have the turret, I just drop it. But I think what you just don't want to happen is just you don't want to overcap. Just use it when it's available. I really don't. I mean, I did Behemoth without the turret because I just legit forgot about it. So just use it whenever. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, what's a turret? Me at the end of that burst, it's like, oh, I forgot my turret. And I'm just like, I guess I just won't use it. I don't even think I just dropped it. I just like, whatever, I'll just go without it. And I still cleared Behemoth, so yeah. But if anything, you don't want to kite away from the turret. So that's one thing maybe to watch out for late. It's like in this instance, I'm going away from the turret. You may want to try not to do that, like be a little conscious on that one, but outside of that, just whatever. Did I miss? No, I didn't miss. My nose is itchy and I hate it. Okay. So I'm running around these rocks, so I'm jumping on top of them because, again, there's no traps. So it actually makes it a lot safer to navigate this room without worrying too much about traps here. Oh my god, I hit the thing. The turret can be used at 50 technically without DPS loss as it scales linearly. Oh, there you go. That's a good answer from I Love Cheese. Yeah, so like you'll probably see me get to cap, but I'm not doing that intentionally at all. It's just I legit forget it. I legit forget it exists half the time. Words are hard. I'm gonna pull a little bit more here, just for the sake of just time, but also to be like, hey, we can do it. So spread shot's really useful on Machinist here. It's strong. Not to mention we have Strength and Steel running, so we get to enjoy that. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you don't use her, then you don't have to use Hotshot either. You're right, Sig. That's right, man. That's where the logic goes. Did I not pick this up? Oh, is this another drop? Okay. What is the other chest? The other chest was a steal? No, I didn't even check the other chest. It must have been a drop. Oh, it was a drop. Alright, here. Pick it up. Sights. Cool. Sure, why not? to the next floor. So again, we've killed everything. Our level is currently 49. The boss is actually 49. So if you're around 49, that's really going to help you deal with the boss. Something to note. If you're well under the level of the boss is really going to hit you a lot harder than you would expect it to. So it is ideal to get very close to the level of the boss to make your life just a little bit easier. Thanks for the follow, Jabtoth. I'm actually going to refresh my page here because I don't know why it's not working. There we go, I see that. I don't know why the notification kicked it out. Do you remember Bishop Turret? I did remember Bishop Turret, yep. Now, I didn't do a lot of machinist back then. I wasn't a good machinist back then, so I didn't quite use it a lot. But I do remember that it existed. It actually just crossed my mind right now. So we'll do a bit of a big pull here. And again, we're not using Sustaining Potion here, so this will just kind of showcase what machines could be capable of in terms of pull. I have a second wind if I need to. I like that they brought Bishop. Yeah, you know what? That is true. They put it in. They did put it in PvP. Yeah, you're right. And it has a pretty good use too, defensive and offensive. Okay, we are 50 now, so we are much stronger. We also get Ricochet. Ricochet is nice, but you want to be careful with Ricochet. Ricochet has cost lives, let me tell you. Later on, you might hear me say Ricochet, Ricochet, Ricochet in the next set of floors because we don't want to be doing bombs and Ricochet. Moving right along. Oh my gosh. Alright, boss is done. I mean, the enemy's done. Off we go. I'm a bad red mage, but back onto floor 101 for the 12th or 13th attempt. Minister Cookie, it's okay. It took me a long time on red mage myself. It took me, I think, maybe 15 to 20. So don't worry about it. I almost caused a wipe with Ricochet. Thankfully, we had a scholar. Oh no! You know what is the most deadly? You know what is the most tragic video I've seen, Dr. D-Grape? That someone shared of a friend. They were soloing in Palace of Dead. They were on floor 157 or something. They pulled something in the middle of the room. They pulled a Soul Flare in the middle of the room with Ricochet. The very moment they hit the button, something spawned in that room and immediately aggroed with Ricochet, and they did not know how to handle multiple enemies, and they died right there because they had 2 Soul Flares on top of them. It was the most tragic thing I've seen because of Ricochet. And then not to mention the other thing with the bombs in 190 and 90. Ricochet will push those bombs because you're just going through the rotation, so that's kind of another one right there. Also notice I haven't used the Sustaining Potion here, we're relying on potions here. If I need to use a potion, I will probably use a Mega Potion or an X Potion. I'll pull it out of my inventory. But I used the second one first, so we have it. And we're just running around with the enemy and just doing damage attack. I popped Ricochet in in a pack of 4 mobs, he instantly died. Yeah, it's a good way to die for sure. So sad. 190 was the very boss he goofed on. Yeah. And 190 when we get there, D-Grape, I'm sorry, I keep saying Dr. Gray, I apologize. D-Grape is, you'll hear me say, don't use Ricochet, don't use Ricochet. I'll say it out loud. It might sound like I'm crazy, but look, you're you know, 13 hours into the file. I think it's okay to sound a little crazy. A lot of folks say Dr. Grape, it's okay, I don't mind being called a doctor. Alright, got it. My new favorite strat is to spam Sight on the early floors to hunt for luring traps, now that I'm not afraid of using AoE. Sarek, there you go, that's confidence right there. Once you get confidence, you can start making plays like that. I mean, that's perfectly fine. But again, we're catering it to the newer player for this one. And at some point, you're gonna feel like you want to go faster. And that's a way to go faster, push your limits. But I think the other way I want to display it is that you don't have to do that, and you can still go fast even if you're going single target killing. but it is your run. You do whatever the hell you want, as long as you get to the top, it's all that matters. Intuition, which I'll use it. So, I have heard rumors that it does, Dallas Kid, but I have not seen it myself to confirm that. But I've heard some people say that it does. So I cannot confirm nor deny that claim. 1. You'll also hear me count my heat blasts, because I want to try to get 5 in. So I will verbally count 5, because 5 is what you can fit into a wildfire. If you summon as the bomb spawns, there's a chance it'll target the bomb. There you go. Ellie with experience on Machinist, by the way. So I would take her advice from that one. Wow, did you just call your robot dumb, dude? It's gonna shoot the player instead next time. You realize that, right? It just seems so weird for your in T. Got it. Okay, yeah. That's fair. Enemy-wise, in this set, there's nothing too much to concern about. Again, just make sure that you try not to fight moving along the hallways, because the rooms are very, very tight. There's a really good chance you'll step on traps along the corners, so you don't want to get caught, you know, with your pants down, essentially. So fight in hallways, play a little safe, you can still go quick with it. You'll see me move a little bit here and there, but usually it's either when the enemy's dead, or I kind of feel like I'm okay here. Or we can mitigate the risk. We stepped on a landmine earlier, but I was really far away from that enemy and I didn't have to worry too much about it. So what I'm also going to be doing is we are going to be killing up until we hit 60. Once you see me hit 60, that's when we go a lot faster. Because we're not going to gain any more XP or levels, it's unnecessary for me to kill any more than that. Unless, of course, you want the points, and that's a completely different discussion altogether. But here, we're just here for the clear, so it will be kind of unnecessary. Lots of targeting, weirdness, and P3 and rage, with Queen targeting the immune... Oh, wow, really? Okay. Maybe you don't want to get your caught... You don't want to get caught with your pants down? True. Or rather, you're saying maybe you do want to get caught. Okay. Extreme, the FF14 version. A couple of these enemies are sound, so there are 3 different types of aggros. There is sight, there is sound, and there is proximity. Sound, you can RP walk, which I guess I can show you. Sight is just typical, don't run in front of it, but proximity is you can't get close to it, otherwise it has a 360 directional aggro range, so if you just get close it aggros. So this ogre is sight, this ogre is sight as well, because they're the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The boogie is sound. So watch, if we get kind of close and we RP walk, I will not aggro this. Even if I run in front of it, it will not do that. However, if I go right on top of it, it will aggro. So don't go in its hitbox, if anything. Just make sure you go like around it, don't walk in its hitbox, and you're good to go. All the crossbow. Succubus, wait. Huh? I thought something spawned. Thank you, Jade. Doesn't this trigger DMCA? Nope. This one has never given me a problem. And I've used it a lot, Jason. Never got a problem from the song. You know what song gave me a problem? Don't Be Afraid. The 14 version. That gave me a problem. And it only gave me a problem, like, after, like, a year. It never gave me a problem prior to that. It gave me a problem after, like, a year. It was just really odd. I'm skipping the flight because I want more enemies to kill, because we're still hunting 60 down. So I actually purposely skipped the flight, but that's going to be your prerogative if you want to do that. Two, 3, 4, 5. You're really going to see the power of Machinist as we go further and further. The damage Machinist gives and its ability to stay alive is just really one of the best jobs available. And it has the full kit. You have crowd control, you have interrupt. It's just packed full of good things to have. Strength here. Do all rooms have a chance to have a trap on the walls? The way you want to look at it, I love to use, is that each room has like a layout where there's a potential. So let's reference the 151 plus floors. Not all those rooms can have wall traps. There are some that have corner traps, right? You walk along the right side, you can hit a trap there. But it depends on what the room looks like and their layout to kind of give you an indication of potentially where the traps could be. Like, here's an extreme example. I believe it is humanly possible to actually memorize every single trap location in a very specific room. And if you are able to do that, you might have a chance where you no longer have to hug walls, you just know exactly where they are, you just have to avoid that specific spot in the room. You're not gonna see like 1,000 different spawn points when it comes to a trap. There will be a dozen or something, 20 different spawn points for a trap. So if you kind of know where they all are, then you can probably not have to worry about hugging the walls. Does that make sense? But it really depends on the specific room layout where the traps show up. Well, since I already stepped on a trap, I may as well get this. Talk to the airband if you want to learn about exactly in every room. What did he do? I don't know about this airband method. I need to add in some new music. I want to add in the new PvP song. I didn't do it now though. He knows things? Alright. Y'all being very big about it, but alright, cool. I respect it. Oh, I ran back into a wall. So right here, this will be like the Machinist specialty right here. Look at this. Because, I mean, he is a caster, but this enemy will never get close to me because I'm just running away from it the whole time. He has some very creative names for rooms. Okay. We should make a guide about it and tell us all about it. No problem, no problem, no problem. Peloton. Alright, we got a room that's risky here, so I want to make sure that I more or less fight in this room. Because I don't want to run around because there's a good chance I'll step on the trap. I managed to get Crystal. QJ, let's go! Welcome to the Crystal Club. Alright, cool. Looks like all the homies are getting to Crystal now. It's nice to hear it. Look at that! Look how delayed that trap was. Holy crap, dude. Alright. You got it, Sig. That is a lust. Okay, we'll pull through 3 here. Auto crossbow. Okay. I just showcasing the limit of Machinist there. Damage. Sight, which I'll use. It took 8 games in a row bouncing between Stars and Diamond 1, but I eventually managed to get it. I'm glad to hear it. Sometimes you just need that streak, and honestly, it's not too bad. Even if you're sitting Diamond 5, it's like, yeah, it might feel like you're slogging through, but I think at some point you'll just get it, and then you just get that streak, and then boom, just have a good day. One, 2, 3, 4. Did I get the chest? I did, okay. It wasn't even a streak, it was literally like going back and forth between 3 stars, 2 stars to like a 2 wins in a row. Gotcha. No items, no problem. Well, that stinks though, because I could use the site. I think we almost have drill. I can't remember what level drill is. Drill is 58. Okay, we get tactician coming in soon. 1, 2. Okay. Nightmare Eye. You're not dead yet. Looking forward to trying out lots of different jobs in PvP now that I have less than red rank. I hope you have fun. And like some of the jobs got some updates too, so it'd be nice to play with. Okay, we went the right way, I didn't find the exit. We wanted to go the wrong way so I can get some extra kills here. Okay. To the exit. Again, we're still killing everything. This feels slow. I get it. It's slow. But we want to just secure that 60, especially for this boss. If we're 60 for the upcoming boss, guaranteed, it'll definitely make the boss a lot faster, and you will be able to kill it in one cycle, especially with Lust on. And killing it in one cycle is really useful, but Machinist is very strong, so it can pull it off, no problem. But it will be very helpful to have, it'll be very helpful to have 60 for that fight. At least you want 58, because 58 is drill, and drill is the most important part of that, but... no chest here. Good evening, Henry. How are you doing today? Hello, hello. Ooh, let's get some near going. Steel came back, good. How's everyone going? Nice and clean. We're gonna be teaching how to do Machinist today. It's all about that. Kind of finally getting into Machinist for Endwalker, trying to do a guide for it, to update the ones we currently have. It's a good time to ask questions if you have any, or just chill in, relax. I'll just let the information kind of get mentioned as we go along the runs. Anything worth noting, I'll try to note it. For the most part, a couple of these scores will be pretty clean. Oh, here's one that I could mention. This Troubadour cast is in front of it. It's a front conal. So look at the animation. What you can do if you're fighting multiple of these is if the moment they're casting you and behind it, they commit to the direction. Some people thought it was an ability in front of it or around it, but that's one way to maybe cheese this one a little bit to avoid that cast. Now it's completely unnecessary. Like, you really don't need to do this. It's not gonna kick your butt, but it's a thought. Also, just to note that one. Two, 3, 4, 5. Another chest. Halflings came back. Gotta dodge that huge Troubadour damage. Hell yeah, dude. Anphonius, I see you. Give me a moment. Okay. What's the best way to farm Aphid Coal from 0? New PoTD player interested in going for Necro. Hello. So how new are we, Anphonius? Are we talking we've never ever stepped into Palace of Dead at all? Or we've done a little bit of it? Maybe you've nuked your arm and armor, like you went for a weapon, you went to 0, so I'm trying to find a way to level the arm and armor. What we're looking at? What's our situation? Also, very good question, especially for today. Never stepped into Palace, okay. So there have been people who have done Palace solo from the very beginning. They hate humans so much that they don't want to do a match party. Hey, it's fair. You do you. Just understand if you try to do it by yourself, it is going to take quite a bit of time. It's pretty hard by yourself with a 0-0 arm and armor. With that being said, if you're kind of okay to match up in a group, if you're kind of okay to queue up, I would recommend queuing in a match party from 1 to 50. Get the 50 unlock, because once you beat floor 50, you then get a quest that follows up to unlock the Hell Wards, which are 51 plus. And that's when you get to that 51 to 60 spam thing that most people do. And whatever, like, you'll probably get arm and armor to like 10, 20, doing 1 to 50 just like straight through without going back in and repeating floors. And so you clean up the rest of it by doing 51 to 60. Now, recommended is that you do 51 to 60. You can go as you can get to 99, 51, 60, but a lot of times I recommend you just going as high as about 60, 70, because you can get the rest of it soloing. As long as you're not skipping silver chests on your climb up, and especially being a newer player, I mean, unless you're doing a ton of research and you're doing all that, it may be unlikely that you'll get really, really high up or clear on your first go. So in the assumption that you will wipe somewhere at the top floors, you have a secondary opportunity to level your arm and armor. Therefore, by that second time, you're probably going to be at a 99 clip. But I would recommend a match party. Just be warned, doing a match party 1 to 50 can get a little bit slow. Those are not the ones you can kind of just spam in. You just gotta hope someone else is on those floors and queues up in the data center. So there's a chance it could get a little slower. But it is a lot safer. You don't have to worry about too much of a challenge. It's not as spicy because your arm and armor is low. So that's kind of what I recommend. I have one question, says Henry. Alright. Would you rather do Behemoth without steel and enter 51 with 1 steel left, or use it without... yeah, what Sig said. And also what Sig said. Sig kind of covered that one. You'd want to... For DPS, it's extremely risky to do it without a steal. Like for Red Mage, it's very hard to do Red Mage no steal on Behemoth with the healing. So for any other DPS, it's going to be really risky unless you're just kiting crazy. So you'd want to steal for Behemoth, and then you probably just want to try to get through the next floor with as little steal as possible. I have gone through 81 plus without using a steal. Like, it's kind of possible depending on the job. It's just not very ideal and not very practical, but you can pull it off. And thanks for that follow, F1-120. I appreciate that. Yeah, and actually, Sig is kind of giving a benefit of the doubt here. He's kind of implying like, oh, you know, you might make it through the Behemoth fight, but then you have to survive a good amount of damage when you're in Lust to set up the Lust, and that's a tricky one. You know, it's already tight enough to pre-pop the sustaining and then get 5 stacks in, and then like it becomes risky to heal back up from that position, and that's being a DPS with steal on. So without steel, there's a good chance that you probably won't even make it to 5 stacks without having to jump out at some point. So I would almost never recommend doing Behemoth without steel on a DPS. Even on, honestly, even on a tank, I'd steal on a tank. But then the logic there is that I don't really need steel for the floors, I'd rather have it for Behemoth. And that's exactly the same reasoning that Sig said. It's that Behemoth setup is the one that's tricky because you have to go through a period of time where you just cannot heal yourself. And if you just do it wrong, then yeah, you kind of F it up and you kind of die. So, Histamero, thanks for the follow, welcome in. I used the alteration here to kind of boost the XP again. We are not going to be needing XP after this floor. We are already 59, so I'm just burning off those alterations. Also, small tidbit just for the trivia buffs out there. If you're doing some type of Final Fantasy XIV trivia, for whatever reason that might be, you will not see an alteration at 41 to 50. They do not drop. They do not exist. Don't ask me why. But after lots of runs and lots of experimenting and lots of data, the JP and NA has also kind of concluded that you do not see alterations 41 to 50. They just do not drop. So getting rid of them now is kind of whatever. That wasn't really related to the conversation, but that's just something just worth noting. And as we go through the 41 to 50, you might... Well, we're not going to open all the chests, but you might see that we're not going to pick up anything. Is this one going to be uploaded to YouTube? It will be uploaded to YouTube 100%, 20 Spencer? Yes. Because I've been uploading everything now. I don't skip anything, even if we fail. But I will upload this straight up. Mr. Finn! Mr. Finn, it's good to see you once again, sir. Back on 14, I see. Will we be doing PvP, Finn? Yo guys, check out Finn. Finn is someone who has been putting a lot of information on scoring and speedrunning for Deep Dungeon. He is just a wizard when it comes to that stuff, and talk him up, man. You ask him about scoring, he's gonna talk your ear off, and it's just really good information. He put out a guide out there for scoring for the Deep Dungeons, and he's just an overall good dude and a hell of a gamer. So definitely give him a follow if you haven't. Strong member of the Deep Dungeon community. Definitely check his streams out. You'll see a lot of homies there as well. So, yo, what's up, Logan and Aurora? Hello, Epic Jester. That's all these trips to speak German. I don't think that will come up. What do you mean? What better way to stomp someone? And then they have to fact check it. And if they fact check it, they're probably never going to figure out how to fact check it. But you have facts. We have facts here. Was working on Dark Knight since my Sam 1 died. Oh, god dang it, dude. God dang DCs. Hey, but thanks for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. It was good to see you kind of active in the Discord once again. Talking up the Storm and the PvP and some of the Deep Dungeon stuff, so good to see you, man. Another alteration. Joe, hello. Shonkus, hello. How you doing? Alright, we got more Mimics. We'll kill them all. We get to enjoy the sounds of a reassembled drill. I've been trying to get into Red Mage in a minute. I'm gonna cry if I don't get it this year. Tonberry, you will. We all believe in you, Tonberry. Every single one of us believes that you'll get it. You still have a number of people who are also working on it themselves, I believe. Okay, strength. We got 60. Alright, now we go faster, kiddos. So now that we got 60, I'm just kind of not going to care about my kills anymore. We're just going to basically get to the boss and go. Here's the thing. I don't really need palms. Look, we're like 170 floors, 160 floors from top. We're not really going to get threatened by too many things. So I can skip chests, I can skip palms. If you're thinking about, hey, can I go a little bit faster? These floors are a slog. By all means, go faster. And we will go a little bit faster here. So kind of keep that in mind. But if you want to play it safe, hey, just go through the floors, kill everything, and you'll be good to go. But now that we're capped, I don't have to worry about details anymore. We just want to get to the exit and go. And Machinist being so strong, yeah, it's great to be running around with strength on, but hey, you don't really need it. I forgot how to fight it. Oh no, that's the doggo. That's okay, you learn. You got some heavy experience, DanJ, so good job getting that far. I got sidetracked with the Path of Exile, then PvP, but I should be back now. Hey, it's all good, man, as long as you're having fun. How was Path of Exile? Path of Exile had a new season, right? I hope that was fun. Using palms increase score. That's right. Well, no, not using palms. Picking them up from the chest increases the score, to be very specific. When you take them away from the chest, you get points, not when you use them. People still going in with Red Mage brings tears to my... I know, same with me, sick. Before Endwalker, I was attempting Red Mage, but died to know in 190 twice, looking to try some Machinist attempt to see if I like it better. It's fair, 20 Spencer. You're 60 at floor 40? Yep. So my method, Mariko, is that I kill everything going up here. As when we're going through the lower floors, I do not skip enemies, we just kill everything. And that's why we're 60 already. I mean, I had a couple alterations, but nothing to be, you know, nothing to go crazy about. I mean, we didn't like get a treasure room or something. But that's usually where I want to be for this thing, and now we can go slow with the kills. Here, we're going to be setting up a 5-stack lust, and we're going for a quick kill. I'm going to get to 5, and then we're going to start bursting this. So, reassemble drill, boom. Wildfire into this, and we do our burst here. 1, 2. So this is actually a decent practice to see your burst on Behemoth. You can actually practice your burst on Behemoth if you're doing tincture strategy, etc. Because this is going to be a fairly similar thing to have. Now, you probably want to set up your Heat Blast prior to this fight, but with that full burst, you'll see that Machinist is rather powerful. And there will be 4 AoEs that the boss has to do before he gets into his Enrage. It's a line AoE into a circle AoE into another set of them. But he's long dead before he even gets to the third one, probably. Boom, third one dead. And that's our quick kill. You can probably quick kill it at 58 too, but... we want to be 60 just for the extra juice. They remade the endgame with another giant talent tree. It was great. Can't wait for the next league. Wow. Hey, Path of Exile does it right, man. Every time I hear about these new seasons, I remember when we were talking to Tinasaurus Rex, she was always so excited about them, and I always tried to get the information from her, tell me what's up, and it was always so cool. I always kill every enemy, but really, 58 last spell came to 40. You could wait for respawns, Mariko. Also, alterations. We were using a lot of alterations. Alterations do help with it. I didn't get that many, but they do boost the XP. I don't go past level 40 on maximum 60, it helps a lot. Yeah. Alright team, 41 plus. Now again, we're gonna be going faster on this one. Oof, no alteration? That would be why you're 58. But 58 is pretty good for no alteration, to be fair. I am a man of culture when it comes to music. Hell yeah, dude. Wait, there's a chest here, I forgot about. Wait, oh, it's in the other room. Oops. Good old end caller. Was very unlucky run for leveling. Yeah, I mean, a very unlucky run for leveling, still hitting 58, still pretty good. It is now time to zoom, that's right. So you'll see kind of... this will be a little bit of the shade of the capability of Machinist. Because going fast on Machinist... hey, if you go faster, that means you're saving time. And you want to be doing this on the higher floors so time doesn't become an issue. So you kind of see what we can do on Machinist and try to apply it into the higher floors once we eventually get there. But this is where that specialty of Machinist with the running gun comes into play. Because we do not lose uptime by running around constantly through the rooms. And that's why, again, that's why Machinist has become one of the favorites for lots of people. And one of the ones that does have the most clears for Deep Dungeon. For Palace of Dead, that is. Okay, Wildfire. What food do I use in Machinist? I will be using Archenberger. I'll show it to you in a second. I was using pizza before, but I ran out of pizza, so I bought new ones, and we were using Archenberger. Direct hit determination.
Comcha.
Hey, Bago, what's up, dude? Thanks for the 3 months. I appreciate it. It's good to have you back into the chat. I hope you're having a wonderful day. When feeling greedy and has strength and defense, you fill the whole floor. Well, not a Machinist, though. I don't really do on a Machinist, because, like, we're demolishing things one at a time. I'm gonna check the chest just because we were nearby it. And we got a Rage of Axe, so nice. Yeah, I mean, pizza... I was using pizza because I got a lot of it prior to Endwalker, and they're basically the same stats. It's direct hit and determination. It's just I ran out, so I got something upgraded for the thing. Blind is gonna be a little brutal. Missing a reassemble drill really feels bad, but we'll try our best. Yep, just missed a reassemble drill. Just right there, I called it. Feels bad, dude. some bangers. That's my playlist. I gotta add more music. There's actually a handful of music I want to add at some point. And I'm switching songs every floor because I want some variety. Okay. That is not the exit. God has left us. That's right. Cenobit gonna try this red mage. Alright. I will pray for you, Tom Ray Queen. You got it. Do it. Strength. Can I walk here already? These traps, I swear. Try. That's what happens when reassemble drill actually lands. Alright. Sounds good, Rico. Have a good one. Ray 1, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Checking the bronze and off we go. Is Living Dead usable in deep dungeons now since they changed it? Absolutely. It is very useful in deep dungeon now for big pulls. It works very similar to Warrior and doing raw intuition now. It's very similar to that. But yes, it is useful. I mean, it's always been useful in Behemoth, but you can use it for big pulls now because of the heal back. And I think it works per target. So if you have a whole big enemy and you do the AoE spender, then you get all your HP back in like 1 G city. Yeah, blue one, still use it. Nice reassembled drill there. The enemy just got deleted. Alright, that's the exit. One, two, three, 4, 5. So the baiting fight should keep going a Gunbreaker. When I go back to Heaven High, I should try something different. Well, Warrior is the popular one right now. If you want to play the popular job, then come over to Warrior, because Warrior is really good. Where's the chest? Here it is. Oh, but it's guarded by a knight, huh? Off we go. That's a landmine if you've never seen one. That's the symbol for a landmine. Just to confirm. CC, thanks for the follow-up, man. Gunbreaker got some juicy buffs in today's patch, though. They did, didn't they? Game changer. Deep dungeon forever easier because of those buffs. Okay, looking for the exit. The Wraith does a big AoE if you keep it alive long enough, but you can interrupt it, so it's really not too big of a deal. Gargoyle. 1, 2, 3, Exit's not here. I think I can check the chest if it's available, since I am in silence right now. Safety, I'll use it. Can't do anything because of the pacification, but it's okay. We can run and gun, no problem. I'll respect some content. Ellie was in here earlier, so I'll do it for her. Alright. There's a wraith, we'll just blow it up because it's proximity. No way I'm getting around that. What is this chest? Pray tell? I have no idea. Let's go check the chest. Brute is sound, so I can RP walk like I am. Rage. I'll leave it in the chest, I don't really need it right now. If I wanted points I could, but I don't really care for points. Alright, no aggro on the boots, because we did a walk. Queen, how you doing, Queen? It's good to see you, ma'am. By the way, shoutouts to Queen Chantlin, a good friend of ours, who always passes by. It's really nice of you to pass by. Variety streamer, but also does play 14. Definitely check her out. It is a heck of a time in her stream. I do enjoy her streams when I'm able to catch it. Noisy Toast, hello, how you doing? To the edge, guys, to the edge. Let's go. God, I don't remember Drill doing that much damage. Holy hell. Of course, my friend. I do appreciate you passing by. You do better than I do. I don't talk in streams. I hang in streams, but I don't talk in streams. You're like a way better person than I am. I'm bad. How's PoTD? PoTD is great! I'm happy to be back home. Actually, we gotta go north because the exit is that way. This is home base for me. We did a lot of PvP for a week. I got back into Heaven on High on Sunday, but it's home, and I like being home. No, it's good. I appreciate when you do it. What's up, Hollow? How you doing? Good morning to you. That evil landmine right at the thing. Yeah. We love lurkers. We do love lurkers, Miss Lemon Drop. I love lurkers. I mean, you know, can't speak for everyone, but lurkers are life in here for sure, and I resonate with the lurkers. Climbing through the final hell of palace of PvP. Yeah, how far are you in? Because you just got diamond, right? Because you were plat 1, I think. I'm not sure if you posted if you had gotten diamond, but I hope you get to the final stretch of that and get to the good old crystal, the promised land. Automatically palace? Yeah, it's automatically palace. Diamond 4 just now, I got diamond 1. Oh. Okay, so here I can interrupt. Alright, we're going. We're going fast, guys. We're going zoomy zoom. If anything, this will show you how fast machinists can go. I'm not suggesting that you go this fast. But, you know, you need to get through these floors faster? Yeah, I got you. Oh my god, my nose is so itchy. Damn it. You know, spring allergies are actually kicking in a little bit, so that doesn't help me. You can outrun Paralyzed 3? Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried to. I think that thing goes through walls. I never really tried to outrun. I usually just interrupt it, but that's fair. Can't LOS but can outrage. Got toaded and hoofed it. As one should. I mean, why would you stand there? It's asking to die. Gravekeeper are sound, but they're also one of the hardest hitting enemies in here in generally speaking, especially in the higher floors, so you want to watch out for them for a little bit. Not the exit. Kiambi, hello, how you doing? Good to see you guys. I hope you all having a wonderful day today. 1, 2, 3. Chest is not here. Chest is over here. Intuition. Or favorite. Or his personal favorite. They're everyone's personal favorite for sure. Just cleared out a room by hand and there was rage in there the whole time. Oh, I love that. I love when the game is just like, hey, did you need this? Here, have it. It's yours, have it. We're just gonna give it to you. And you're like, dude, really? Chilling on some PvP trying not to maul. Oh gosh, she's gonna turn into like Radiant Worm. She was mauling, dude. Every time she hopped into PvP and she hopped into here, she's like, I'm mauling. I'm like, dude, please don't maul. Oh, I smacked his butt by accident. I'll be back into PvP on Friday. I actually do want to do PvP at least once a week, as long as the queues are still good. So I'll be back to PvP on Friday. Would have been cool if 150 was actually super powered Edda instead of the random succubus. Well, I mean, you kill Edda, so it's like she can't be killed again, unless you have some soap opera shenanigans where she just like, you know, crawls out from the base, like she falls down the pit and then she's like, damn, I landed on like 150. Here I am again. I didn't quite die. I'm gonna back out for a second. You gotta watch here. This actually became a little dangerous right now. This became real dangerous, so let's watch, be careful. I'm actually gonna witching here, because this is a gloom floor. So we want to be doing that because we aggroed 4 things, and even though I do have steel, I mean, we don't want to be too risky. Highly recommend if you get more than 2 enemies, your first instinct should probably be a witching. Unless you know how the damage is flowing, but this is just a good example of how to survive a situation like that. No problem. And I did that because I wasn't using Sustaining Potion. It's not that I'm going to like restrict myself from using it, which I've done before, but this is in respect to someone who may not have as many Sustaining Potions, or you're climbing without any. So that's just kind of showcasing that a little bit, that you can get away with it, just use your other heals and you're alright. As a cucumber demoness. Cucumbers are good, I like cucumbers. I have cucumbers with like ranch. Or like Caesar dressing or something. And burgers. I have them with burgers. That is something my mom did, and I definitely have picked that up. I don't require cucumbers with a burger, but I do like burgers with a cucumber. Oh, this is flighted, right? Hopefully you. I like cucumber in a lot of places where people would normally put on, lettuce. Ooh, so like you replace the lettuce with the cucumber? I like that. That's actually a nice idea. That's actually a nice idea. Alright, so we go for a quick kill here. I'm gonna do a Lust. We did the 5 stacks, and then we'll just beat up Edda. A lot of damage. Sometimes lettuce quality is not great. Yeah, I agree. I agree. You know what version of cucumbers I like, Lemon Drop? I'm sure you probably had them, but when you go to like a large majority of Asian restaurants, Japanese, so on and so forth, they do like a spicy cucumber dish-ish. It's like just like slices of cucumber with like spices and stuff, and it's usually like a sauce. I can't remember the correct term for that. I know there's like a name for the dish, but oh my god, that's the best. It's so good. No, not kimchi, not kimchi. Kimchi's definitely different. I've had it in a lot of like ramen places before, and some other Japanese places. And actually some Chinese places have it too. But it's like cucumber with like spices and stuff. I forgot I know there's a name for it. I was wondering if there's a list somewhere of enemies that use Bloodbath. We need to use Bloodbath. So Omniross, who might be in chat, did actually have a little bit of a self-guide that he had posted in Discord today. And I don't think we have one specifically on that topic, Kiambi, but I know Ross had something to that exact question you were talking about. It wasn't a comprehensive list, but it was a smaller list of things that he had experienced. Alright, that's 50. Down. Nice and fast. 2 hours, first 50 floors. Let's go. Spicy. Yeah, spicy cucumber salad. Yeah. Oh, I don't know the Korean name for it. I forgot what the Japanese name for it. What is it for the Japanese name? I know where to get it. I know where to look for it. Oh, here. Well, I don't think this is the right name for it, Lemon Job, because this is the name for it in the specific ramen restaurant I go to, which is called the Pudo. But they call it the Gamakyu. That's what they call it. Gonna check Discord and have some. Yeah, I think I pinned it actually in the general. Does that also take abilities like Reaper, Ninja Shieldy thing into account? In terms of the Bloodbath thing, I think it doesn't accommodate for extra defenses like that. A lot of times, I know personally, I'll use the defenses for emergency, but I don't rely on it per se. Like, it isn't the reason why I can fight something. It's just there in case something goes wrong, if you take a crit or something like that. It's like a fancy Tsunomono. What's a Sumono? What's a Tsunomono? That I haven't heard of. Oh, I see. So that is a cucumber salad just in Japanese. I see. Yeah. That's a pretty fancy one though, because that's done by that specific place. But yeah. That's the one I always think of. That's the first time I ever had that type of one, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so good. Hey guys, I want to give you something really cool as a perspective. I don't know if you guys know of Midiocelli, Midocelli. They have on YouTube of them doing a speedrun of Machinist, this job, in Endwalker, I believe. So we've been streaming for 2 hours and 12 minutes, and then negate 15 minutes for the intro and stuff. They did a speedrun of Machinist, which is currently the world record. I believe it's 1 hour and 59 minutes. 1 to 100, 1 hour 59 minutes, I believe is the time. So just imagine, we just hit the 450 right here on the 2 hour mark, and they had already cleared on their speedrun. Can you imagine that? Wild. But awesome stuff. Now, I had done my own speedruns a long time ago, and the best time I got back in Shadowbringer was, I think, 2 hours 12? Of course, you know, Machinist had got some updates and stuff, so that probably takes that into account, and the stats quit, whatever, but that was still kind of cool to see it. I'm slow. Yeah, I'm slow, dude. I'm an old man, man. These knees and these bones, they don't operate like they used to back in the day. I gotta take my breath, you know. I gotta drink some water and like eat my Wheaties once in a while. That's a steal that I opened that I hit 20 times. What's up, Absolute Paradox? How you doing? So these floors are notorious for traps, by the way. So you'll see that I will respect a lot of it. I'll pull in hallways like we have been. Rooms are very tight, so the traps can be on the corners a lot. There's nothing too noteworthy in terms of the enemies. They're they're usually standard. I mean, the puddings are casters. The other things kind of do some damage, but in all honesty, like if you're just handling things one at a time, you're really not gonna have too much to worry about here. I made one recently that was cucumber with fake crab meat. It was so good. Ooh. That sounds so good. Oh my god. Oh, I got slowed. Feels bad. I got slowed because I think of ice spikes. The billion wall traps designed this for. Do you guys think? Here's I'll just do a quick chat poll, okay? Do you guys think the next deep dungeon they'll put corner traps, or will they stick to what they did in Heaven on High? There are very, very few corner traps in Heaven on High. There are some, but it's extremely rare. But do you think they'll go ham on it or no? Because I don't know. I'm kind of curious, man. I really feel like they're gonna troll us. Like, we created all these habits, and they're just gonna be like, what habits? Getting to 100 plus to farm potards, woke farm at a die 50 on 51, free up a slot. That's not a bad idea. Well, you have to go all the way up to 50 though. I mean, you may as well go to 100 at that point. Corner traps only, so you have to run down the middle of the room. Huh? 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's go. Good song. Should I go with Summoner Red Mage for... Oh, Summoner I think is kind of stronger than Red Mage. I hate to say it, but Summoner is a real powerhouse in here, in Deep Dungeon in general. Where's that other chest is? Hugging the walls as tightly as I can. Summoner Supremacy? Yeah. Summoner Propaganda. Good stuff. Gonna stay in the thing just to play a little safer. Okay, yep. Gotcha. What? You know, in case I get too proud and die to dumb stuff. Yeah. That's a fair thing. Red Mage heal is weaker than Summoner Burst Shield. Well, I mean, if you're healing on Red Mage, you're not doing damage, right? Summoner's just Unga Bunga Pew Pew laser cannons, so if the thing is dying, then you don't have to heal. That makes sense. Yo, Minister Cookie, have a good one, dude. Elijah's and 90 have higher damage skills that hit more than one target. I expect people to accidentally aggro more than one in New Deep Dungeon. Bro, I can't wait to use my beam on Red Mage and just aggro like half the room. I can't wait for that. Or Big Brain, a Galaxy Brain. They actually want you to do more than one pull. They have, can you imagine this, Agni? They set up the next Deep Dungeon where if you do not multi-pull, you will not win in time. Because single pulling is not fast enough. Can you imagine that? Summoner Shield is only 10% HP. I mean, if you kill it, again, if you blow it up before it even touches you, then you don't need to heal. Whereas Red Mage, maybe sometimes you need to respect that. You can see that happening? That'd be sick. I really want them to turn the head on what we think about Deep Dungeon right now. I want them to make it where all of our habits have to be broken. Like, we need to form brand new habits, we need to make new adjustments, and yet we still get that difficulty that we've been craving for Deep Dungeon. God, that'd be so sick. Oh my god. Can you just imagine? It's Deep Dungeon, but it's a whole brand new experience that you've never had before. It's like, you know, we can say Heaven on High is like Palace. Palace is like Heaven on High. But imagine, like, in the end of the day, like, after all said and done, we can actually not say that the third Deep Dungeon is like the other two. Like, that is so awesome, man. Like, I don't know how you're ever gonna do that, but that'll be so cool. I'm not gonna complain if it's the other way around, but it'll just be really interesting. Exit's not here. Actually, let me check the... No, I gotta check the chest. Considering how unkillable tanks will be, it'll be fun to force to pull hordes of enemies. Yeah. Corner and wall traps are now more common, running down the middle is safer. No, even worse. Hallways have traps, hallways spawn things. The one evil one was that patrols can go through like portals and stuff and just like show up in different areas. Like, they're not even following the path, they just walk through a random door and come out another side. Hey Kiwi, thanks for the 6 months, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the continued support. I got on a team with someone working against Ignore, but more too, he rage quit. That's gonna be tough to report though. Like that can be reported either way, so that sucks. Mimic hallways? Oh my god. Criterion is chocolate? I hope Criterion's pretty good. Hey, they had 4 years QJ to work on it, so I'm having a... And my expectations are not that high, but I kind of have a little bit of hope that we get something awesome. That they've seen the fact that Deep Dungeon is something that a lot of people like to do, and that they give it a lot of good attention. That's what I'm hoping for. It's really gonna help, too, that some of the big streamers have engaged with Deep Dungeon, man. Let me tell you. Having some of those big guys try out Deep Dungeon and take it really seriously, yeah, that's a huge boost. It definitely caught the attention of I'm sure, the devs. Then a demon wall drops down. Oh my god, that's gonna be sick, Sagara. You just do like a behemoth like well, can you imagine that, Sagara? You get a demon hole that drops on the ground and blocks the way behind you, and you have to do essentially a behemoth like burst to get past the wall. Or you incur some like terrible penalty, like it doesn't kill you, but you incur some penalty that makes it like it's almost like pots. Or something to that effect. Can you imagine that? That'd be sick. You just on the spot, you gotta burst. Mimic can now go 13 max kill. The player base has also doubled since last Deep Dungeon came out. Yeah, I mean, even the amount of like necro clears and stuff has been incredible. What do they set up like raids where each set has many bosses but they're randomized? I wouldn't mind, dude. I just want some change-ups in here. Special enemies, my first special enemy of the day. They can show up. They're actually that Blackened Musketeer is an enemy that must have shown up in a storyline or a boss fight, a dungeon or something. The lore to that is that the necromancer in this place raised the dead souls of dead people and used them to their bidding. So you'll see these random NPCs come out, and it's a little bit of a neat feature. It's super rare. I could have very well have gone through this entire place and not seen one, but that's who they are. And and the other kind of simplified way you want to think about it is that they are basically as strong as a mimic. They don't do anything except auto attacks. They are also undead, so if you have a resolution, you can kill them in a quick kill if you really needed to. But those are what those special enemies are. I'll mention it again if we run into more of them. Will this be on YouTube? Absolutely 100%, even if I wipe. Even if I wipe, we'll put this on YouTube. I won't dress it up as much as if this was the clear, but yes, this will be on YouTube. I've actually been uploading every stream to YouTube now. I used to only put up the clears, but now I kind of want to just upload everything because I think people do appreciate that, even the fails. So this will show up at least a week from now, more than likely a week from now you'll see it. But if YouTube explodes tomorrow, I still have the VODs actually, they're saved. A lot of them are saved on my local hard drive, so I can put them to, we'll do Vimeo. We'll do Vimeo. We'll put it over there. Oh, I'm not targeting. Mysterious Light does an AoE blind. It is also a 360 gaze. So if you look at it, you take big damage and you take a blind. So just respect that. Respect the gazes in Deep Dungeon, please, for the love of God. Do not disrespect gazes. More environmental interactions would be cool as well. I agree. But I think it'll be better if they're like on the line of traps for Roro as opposed to clicking something, I think. I don't know. Sometimes I worry about high ping when it comes to that, but traps that spawn mini bosses, I'd like that. That would be kind of sick. Personally, I hope they add wall buttholes, or like the dark vents in the SOP sig that just keep spawning enemies. That'd be kind of funny. Did the song just play? I'm skipping it. I just heard this. I heard this one too. Okay, we'll take that one. Boop, 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 boop. We want the Soul Flare first. Convenient for time. Oh, we're not out yet though. Node Blade, thanks for follow, welcome in. Alrighty, to the boss. This boss, it'll be a duplicate of the ones we see in 100. It's not that bad, but it does do a knockback. You have some options here. You want to maybe keep him around the center, because he's going to drop a puddle. So we pull it. He'll do a couple melee attacks, blah blah blah. He'll drop a puddle. Make sure you're in motion. I recommend being in motion here. If you're in motion and he drops a puddle, you won't take the dot. If you react late, you will take a dot as you're running away from it. So if you're in motion, you're good. After that first one, he's going to put AoEs around the arena. And you want to just position yourself in a way where you do not take, where you get knocked back away from it, like that. That's all this boss does, really. In the higher floors, he'll do way more damage. A lot more spookier. Now, I'm going to stay stationary here. Look, I'm going to react to the puddle and watch my debuff here. Puddle goes down, I move, we will take that bleed. See, I'm bleeding. So that's why you want to be in motion. Again, I'm trying to also do this without using sustaining, just to showcase that you can be okay without it. Although I will sustaining on 100 though. Okay, now here, some people asked about this, can you use arm's length? And you can absolutely use arm's length. I'm going to use arm's length here, and I will not get knocked back. So if you really want to not take the thing, you could, but it's your call. Zib Mel, thanks for follow, welcome in. One, two, 3, 4, 5. Trying to do this without sustaining, so I'm moving a little bit faster here. I'm sprinting to stay away from the enemy. My HP is dangerous, but again, this is just me trying not to do it without potion, and we are good to go. 61 now? 60, I'm sorry, 60 down. Going into 61. Making some good time. 2.5 hours into the first 60 floors. Okay, that's a fortune. That's a mimic. Albits do a Bone Down AoE, so you want to be a little bit careful here, especially if you accidentally aggro more than one enemy. There's another one coming here. They are patrols. Gonna heal up. Everything else is not too noteworthy. Nothing too crazy with these enemies here. Again, you want to fight them in the hallways because you do get corner trapped, so you want to be careful fighting while moving. Again, to play it safe, just fight in hallways, but yeah, if you want to get a little spicy, you can move along the hallways. Just be ready for some traps if you hit them. One, two. Checking the chance, I got a raising here. And a sight, which I'll just leave alone. Off we go. I wish patrols can't spawn hallways. They can't spawn in hallways. They can only spawn in a room, but they can walk through a hallway, but they cannot spawn in hallways. Nothing spawns in hallways. right? Good. I saw the exit, but I'll kill a couple things here. Yo, Giggles, I got you, dude. Oh, you want me to go all out? You got it, dude. What's up, man? How you doing? Must have been right at the edge of the room. Yeah, it's possible for that, but 100% they will not spawn hallways. Maybe the possibility of having a floor set boss taunt you along the way, like drop in and steal, replace some chests with exploding ones as you approach. Like a trapped chest? Is that what you're kind of implying? You get close to a chest and that's actually a trap, not the mimic? That'd be crazy. Why not? Hey, it's all good. That's why the redeem is there, so you can do it. If I didn't want it to be done, then I wouldn't have put it in there. Easy game. That'd be a really interesting interaction, considering you don't have that in the game right now. Intuition. No challenge gimmick today. Nope, today's just a live tutorial, Tridav. It is just your straight up, let's just climb. If someone is watching this, we'll give it as simplistic as possible. You know, hopefully giving as much confidence as possible for their own clear. And it's all about just getting the clear, explaining things as we go along. We might actually also meld in a little bit of time management into the later bit of the floors, because we should be going rather fast on Machinist, so I'll probably talk a lot about that once we get there, but... Zivmel, started my first try at PoTD. The YouTube guide is great, thanks for all the help. Hey, thank you for coming in, following the stream, leaving that comment, I really appreciate that. I'd like to do them more often. There's a couple that I've had in the back burner, and this is one of those. This is the one that I want to focus on, because it is out of date, kind of. Now, the old Machinist guide is still useful and still pertinent, but the one that trips up people is when they step into that 100 boss, and they're like, oh my god, this is way harder than the guide. Yeah, well, I know. I have put out a video talking about the updates and stuff, but it's not as visible as the guides themselves, so let's just make a new one. And here's we got the new one. So yeah. Steal. Player select 22. Nice number. Thanks for the follow, welcome in. I was talking about the guides. That's what it was. I was talking about the guides. Alteration. I guess another thing would be having the boss pop in for a short fight when you walk into a dead end. You know what made me... you know what crossed my mind here, Cigar? Kind of riffing off your idea. Can you imagine that there was a set or something? I just heard this song. Hold on. I hate my playlist sometimes, man. I heard this song too! Can I play other songs? Okay. Can you imagine that they set up a floor or a random chance where you actually fight the boss almost every floor and you're chipping away at the boss each time, and instead of it being an actual boss room, you'll have enemies on the 10th floor, but you basically have fought like 10%, 10%, 10% of the boss each time. So it's almost like killing the actual enemies, that you have to open up the exit, and then you have to find the boss and chip away 10% of it each time. That'd be sick. That'd be like a really neat idea. I started Ninja Run again and got checked into 100 boss. Almost proc my raising. Yeah, see that 100 boss, man, it's just spicy. I just got to floor 171 guide working bait so far. 180 boss still going to work the same. Yep. If anything, if you're using the old guides, especially for Machinist, if you're using healing strategy, healing strat is a lot easier than it had been in Shadowbringers. It's a little bit more manageable now. Key exit mimic boss, 10% each floor, yeah. Something like that. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Alright, let's go. Do you still drop food? In Endwalker, it is no longer necessary. You no longer have to drop food. When I did Machinist in Endwalker back in like 6.0, I purposely left my food on because we were looking at the stats and like the percentages of the healing from the potions and stuff. So I purposely left food on and we did not need to remove it. It was actually very comfy. So food is no longer needed to be removed, that is. You can just leave it on, do it normally, do your healing thing, leave food on. Also, you know, one thing I do know that people do with these type of videos is that, and maybe some guys in chat can confirm this if you like to, that you will have this video up, and you'll have it playing at normal speed, and then you'll basically climb with me. And I remember the first time I heard that, I'm like, wow, that's actually a really cool idea. I never intended the videos to necessarily be like that, but it makes complete sense. I mean, I'm not skipping through the floors, we're just doing it normally. There's no editing, no nothing, it's just straight through. So it makes sense to kind of climb with me, if you will. But then the second thing that I hear that people say is that they cannot keep up with me, which is fair. I mean, of course, if you're doing it for the first time, you certainly can't expect you to keep up with the pace. But considering how fast we're going on these floors, because we're just kind of just moving along, finding the ice of killing, I think it would be pretty impressive if you actually are able to keep up with this run. And that might be a testament to your comfort on the job, if you will. I think some people are still like maybe getting used to the job of what it can do and how you can do damage and such. So good luck if you're trying to keep up. Streamer RNG. Well, I'm not sure about that one. I'm not checking too many chats right now. I'm literally just skipping everything, at least as much as I can. So you're doing that right now, TK nobody. Yeah, Look, I gotta tell you guys, I gotta really thank you guys that you bought into the way I wanted to do these videos. I've talked about this in many formats and in some articles. I think the gamer article was one that I talked about it. How this form of long form video, unedited, just slap it onto YouTube is not recommended. This is not something that you would tell someone if they wanted to get into YouTube. Like, a lot of videos that you put up there need to be short and simple, to the point. Make it entertaining, make it unique, you know? But my method here is just because Deep Dungeon is so random, it's so changeable, every single run is different. It's just, you know, why would I edit it out? I mean, how can I possibly edit it out? Every moment is probably important for the viewer to take a look at. And over time, you guys have essentially bought into that, and I do thank you. Because that's what now has morphed into. People have it up, normal speed, and you run with me. You get the little tidbits and whatnot. You know, but also part of that was just essentially not wanting to, like I said, miss a moment or something like that. You saw the whole run in its entirety. And that's what your experience will be, the whole run in its entirety. Now, I have seen over time that people have done bite-sized guides. Like, they would do like a quicker guide for like a whole floor set. I've seen them a couple times. I'm not well versed in who does them, but I think they're great. I think they're great supplements. But in my opinion, having this at least available is still something that is worth. So thank you guys for also believing in that. That's exactly what you do on YouTube, but yeah. Hey, if you can keep up with me and go faster than me, you really got something. You really got something going. You should be proud about that, because that means you're going to be going fast on higher floors as well. Machinist is one job that I do go very fast on, and I'm very used to this job. Like, this job is, at least in Deep Dungeon, I know like the back of my hand, and extremely comfortable. Same, climbing by getting left in the dust. Slow down for the people, old man. Nah, dude. You just said I was going too slow. And now I'm going too fast? Oh my god, sick. Big one. I've had more trouble with it compared to before, but not a huge difference. Oh, let me read your thing. Tank off is still needed for tanks. I think so. I don't think I took food off for warrior, but I haven't done any other tanks since then, though, tried out, so I can't comment on that. I will never make you happy. You got it, sir. Maybe one day you'll crack a smile, I don't know. Wait, I used the flight and I didn't pick it back up? I'm a dumbass. Well, dumbass acquired. Alright. Triceratops is proximity here. Exit's clear, another steal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you got ricochet. Did Edwalker? Oh, I missed your comment. I apologize. Hold on a second. Jebroff, thanks for answering that. Giggles. I do want to answer it myself as well. Okay, so Jab Toff. It is a little bit harder. What Giggles said is accurate. I do want to give you this video. You can check it out, but I will explain it myself. So 91 to 140 is a little bit harder. It is a little noticeable to the veteran runners. We notice that those places have gotten more meaty. The enemies just hit you seemingly harder. They also take longer to die. The 100 boss is also a little bit noticeably harder. He takes a lot longer to die, and his ads hit you way harder. So it's those that are worth noting. And then after that, once you step into 141, everything feels like normal. Just like how you did it in Shadowbringers, everything just kind of just levels back out. So it's really specifically the 91 to 140 set. The lower floors feel pretty much the same. Again, the bosses are pretty much the same. It's just that set in particular. But what that video will give you, as a supplement to what I said, Jab, is that I did side-by-side comparisons. So I had my runs in Endwalker, and then I had my runs in Shadowbringer. I put them lined right next to each other, and then you can kind of see what those differences are in terms of kill. I tried my best to find if I did a very similar rotation and compare the two of them, so that's where that comparison kind of comes into. So yeah, no problem. And it's the 100, if anything, the biggest takeaway is the 100 boss, because let me tell you, some people are getting caught up on that 100 boss using some of my old videos back in Shadowbringers, that they're like, oh my god, that 100 boss is really hard now, is it, what happened, you know? So it's a 100 boss that is notably harder. And, you know, initially I thought I was going slightly crazy, but after, you know, doing the 100 boss for so long and how many years, a little subtle difference is so noticeable, especially with how much damage I'm taking and everything. So safety, and so he says fortune, and okay, that is a proximity enemy that I just pulled. This one, so that gaze is tonal. We go into floor 69, nice. Pull all of them? Nah, we don't want to scare the new kids. I will say 141 felt harder compared to Shadowbringers, but maybe it's just ninja gargoyles were hurting. I would say... Actually, you know, ironically, I think it's the same there. I forgot what it was. There was some enemy that felt... Oh, it was the Keds. The Keds felt like they hit me harder than the gargoyles did, ironically. For some odd reason, but yeah, ninja, I mean, gargoyles in general are always bad. What is the crit multiplier for you and enemies in Deep Dungeon? Is it the same? The crit multiplier, the actual stat in the game mode, I don't know that answer. I think Allmerch did that in this, we have a stats thingy in the FAQs, I think that might be in there, but I don't know it off the top of my head, that's not something I remember. What kind of Deep Dungeon mechanics do you want in the new Endwalker Deep Dungeon? I want Boja duels. Minimum Boja duels. That's what I want. At least for the bosses. I mean, the enemies are the enemies. I mean, they're just pulling enemies from... They're just gonna pull enemies from the overworld and shove them in here. But the mechanics of the boss man, I want them like the Bojra duels, at the very least. Oh, okay. I think Heaven on High went a little too light on the mechanics for bosses, so...
Gio Angelos,
Hey.
you are doing God's work for the solo DT community.
Hey, thank you for that 8 months. Hey, I just have fun. I just have fun doing what I do, sharing the information, and it's nice that you guys like it too. I hope FF4 Moon Dungeon themed. It's a possibility. An aggro range palm would be kind of cool. You know what would be terrible? if there is a debuff, Absolute Paradox, where they adjust... There's two things that would be terrible. One, if they randomize the aggro range of enemies, or rather the aggro type, so like they just be like aggros are whatever, or they like make them all proximity or something like that. Or if you had like a Fog of War. A Fog of War would be... dude, I don't even know how a Fog of War could even work, but man, a Fog of War would be hilariously awful. Like you basically can't see in front of you and just like things just spawn right on top of you. That'd be horrible. You can fall off debuff. Oh my god, imagine falling off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All sound mobs, no items, mandatory pox. Mandatory pox debuff floor? A mandatory DOT? That sounds terrible for like anything that isn't like a healer. Thanks that follow, Zakatsu. I might have to potion here, we'll see. No, I think it should be fine. Maybe. I'm racing my HP to his HP. Getting crit doesn't help though. I'm trying not to use the sustaining, by the way. Okay. We're fine. Yeah, when I saw a crit happen, I'm like, oh, that's not good. If I get crit again, I don't know about this one. But we got there. I also eyed if I had raising. Anyway, that's just showing if you can do it without a sustaining. You know, people might ask that, I don't have sustaining potions, how can I do it? Well, you know, well, there you go. You can kind of do it. What if they had debuff where you can only use your mouse? How would they manage to do that? It's gonna be like a... like Metal Gear Solid, right? Will they like force you to play a certain way or something? I gotta plug it into the second slot. I think most people would have a problem like just having to use a mouse. Looks like controller console, yeah, imagine that. A console gamer has to go use a mouse. Or imagine a keyboard player has to go find a controller. Like, you must play a controller on this one. It's like, wait, what? I don't have a controller. Game's just like, well, go find one. Hee hee ho ho. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. The Amzus would show up here, but they're not too threatening. You just gotta kill them after a certain amount of time. The wolves are really annoying because they do a heal. They do a move called Sanguine Bites. And when it gets it off, they'll heal themselves. Watch their HP very much here. They went from 47 to 59 because of that heal. So wolves are really annoying to fight no matter what version they are. So just a heads up on the wolves. That's why you'll hear a lot of people like be scared about wolves. That's one of the reasons. On the higher floors, they do the same thing except they put a dot on you and it's even worse. I'm just glad they haven't done the most typical and unfun debuff reverse controls. They have. That's what misdirection is, isn't it? Well, misdirection actually is, I guess, similar to that. I don't think they have done reverse controls, you're right, but they've done misdirection. Commander of Lifesteal, just permanent bloodbath. The android that killed me through Living Dead when I pulled the entire floor? Oh, that's not good. Gravity Cat, hey, I'm doing pretty good, thanks for asking. How you doing? We are just zooming through this machinist file right now, trying to not make a lot of mistakes and not die. Really? You both aggroed? Gorillas are my worst enemy? There are a lot of people's worst enemy. You hate them with a passion? Damn. Just make sure you don't tell that to a real gorilla. I think they might actually get angry at you. Gorillas have high self-esteem. It's true. L Yats. Hey, thanks for following as well. Hey guys, welcome in. Thanks for all these follows. I hope you're all having a wonderful day today. We'd be trying to teach a little bit of machinists, go through the floors, explain a little bit here and there, but if you have any questions, come on down, ask the questions. I'd love to answer them. Sometimes I just may take certain things for granted. You never know. And asking those questions might help someone else in chat who may not be able to ask or who may not want to type in chat. There's an Anzu. Whoops. There's always a picture, the Mr. Incredible meme when I think about gorillas. Got it. I remember limit testing a gorilla in Gloom with no steel once. Only once? You should do it twice. Just to make sure. Bloody as far. Hey, thanks for follow. You made me take Pox. I hope you're proud about that. Mimic. The evidence was conclusive. Gotcha. I'm so tired, I don't know why. Did you take your booster? Can't sleep for another 2 hours? Were you up for raids? I might have to Serenity if I actually don't get to the exit fast enough, because I'm taking down my HP right now. Keep it spicy. Oh well. In a no items floor with Pox, don't have Serenity. Yeah. Also 2 wolves are looking at. Well, I mean, I used my second win. Got a Mimic Treasure Room thanks to Alt Affluence. Pain, nice. Don't know the fact you can interrupt the Pox. I know. If I wasn't looking at chat, I could, but it's my bad. So I can wake up late in the morning with. Oh no! You know, I have a big problem, Luna, trying to sleep early myself. So it might be that. I can never sleep early. I always have to push myself to like 2, 3 a.m. unless I'm actually tired. But I try not to take naps though. Naps help. Or take something, like literally take something. Okay, let's go. Okay. Gotta load up in water. Yeah, true, for the appointment. That's true. Oh, it's after midnight. You can still do something before midnight. You can do something at 11:59. Just make sure it's in the stomach by 11:59, you're good to go. It was the exit too. Yikes! Of course it's the exit. It's the Palace of the Dead special. An exit treasure room. I'm supposed to raid tomorrow night after my appointment. Did you tell him you won't be on comms? I said I might cancel altogether. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, if you're in a lot of pain, I wouldn't blame you at all. At least you get the heads up. Okay, so far so good. Nice and clean, nothing too noteworthy for these floors up till now. I got so many treasure rooms on my runs, I think I have a treasure room curse. Ever Shadows? You know what some people will call that, Ever Shadows? Points. If you were going for points, you would make people really happy. Or really upset with you that you got those treasure rooms. Because those are massive, that's a really good amount of points that you can get for that. No one tell Nintendo, guys. Don't tell Nintendo we're playing this song, we'll be good. This is going on YouTube, so we gotta make sure no one lets Nintendo know that we're playing this music, you know what I mean? I had a Serenity no end floor in... I had to Serenity no end floor because the exit filled with Vates and Blooms. So I could do a Wishing, yeah. That's not a bad play, although if you're a Machinist, I probably would have fought through that, because I can fight all those. But, that's your call. I love this song so much, it's very nostalgic. Going for the clear, I ran out of time because of them. Yikes. Yeah. Sounds like a deep dungeon special right there. That's what we need for 14 timed hits. Can we have timed hits? We have range. We have actual Yalm range abilities. Like if you're in a certain distance, you do more damage. But pretty sure I can get the MCH for saying the word Nintendo. Possible. I haven't had it happen yet though. Been pretty safe from that. So just swoop in and parachute into my house. Oh, beast music. I would say 3 times in a row? Oof. Okay. Hey Deathwish, thank you. Well, hopefully we don't need good luck, but I'll take it anyway. No chest there. Peloton's my best friend, guys. We're spamming it all the time. Bird of Palace. Okay, their AoE is very spicy. It gives you, I believe, it's confusion for 30 seconds. Do not get hit with that AoE because you're probably dead. Just letting you know. Having a 30-second debuff on you where you cannot control your character is not great. Do the 6.1 and 6.1 buffs affect the palace? 6.1 yes, 6.11 no. If I remember correctly, we were discussing this earlier, Soj. The 6.11, which is the wildfire buff, is a 76 trait, I believe. So it does not apply to Palace or Heaven on High. But the potency buffs like Drill and just the straight buffs that way, yeah, that did affect Machinist, so it is a little bit easier because of that. So it's a good thing we're doing the run now, because this will probably be the iteration of Machinist you'll have for a while, I'd like to think. Yeah, I mean, you guys might agree. Yeah. Hopefully this will stand the test of time, no more gigantic updates to Machinist, and we can have this video out there for until whatever the next expansion is. That's what I hope for. Because it would feel bad if they do another significant change and I have to do this again. But it is content. I'm not going to complain about content. Imagine complaining about doing content. Here's a corner trap. See this trap over here? That's a corner trap. I'll step on it on purpose just to show you guys, but you'll see. So that's why the Palace of Dead is, and these floors in particular, is very spicy when it comes to running around and going through rooms and stuff. So I'll hug the corner as tight as possible. I'll walk through there, walking through, like, I'm hugging this wall so tight. Yep. That's a corner trap. Gotta love them. No, hey Soj, don't worry about it. You don't have to apologize, man. You just got here, so I'm gonna answer the question for you, because you know what? The person who asked it before might not be here anymore, so I'm not repeating anything. Never, never apologize for that. I don't have anything. Dead bird. That drill is very strong, by the way. I think the drill is... I think I'd certainly notice drill. I would be interested to almost run a comparison of drill back in Shadowbangers versus drill right now, and I think the drill right now is certainly way more of a heavy hitter. You know what is the coolest thing about Dissidia? So this song is from Dissidia NT. You guys, if anyone ever played Dissidia NT, you would know that this song is from there. You know what I loved about Dissidia, even though there wasn't much to love about it, is that every time we had a match, they would pick a different track to play. It would be a different music track, so this would be like one of the battle themes that you listen to. Can you imagine if Current Feast right now... I'm sorry, in Crystalline Conflict there was a choice of songs that you could pick from, and you could go through the line and you could have a different song play each time you you go into the match. Oh, that'd be so cool. With the matches lasting between like 2 minutes and 5 minutes, you know, I think that'd be kind of sweet. Just have a different song play every single time. Oh, that's sick. Best arena fighter. It was good, but it had its issues. I did like the battle system, but the servers were just wolf. Mackie Cheese, I like that name too. Hey, thanks for follow. Welcome in. And again, to all the new guys coming in, if you got questions about Deep Dungeon, please ask the question. This is all about trying to help you guys get to Necromancer for the first time. I am catering this to the newer player. So if you are curious about the run, you want the title, the Necromancer title, the one I have above my head, this is the time to ask questions. Because this is all about trying to get you guys that title. We do the run, we go through, I try to explain as much as I can, I showcase to you the potential of the job, and in all honesty, if you can play exactly like I can play, you can probably get Necromancer, but of course, there's more details to that, but at least I can show you how it's done, and then it's up to you to execute all the buttons and such. Also, thanks for the follow, Alex, appreciate that. The CD had so much potential, it's sad how it turned out. I know, it is really sad how it turned out. When I played it on launch for PS4, and the servers were just, man, the servers were so bad. I would have won, like, I was doing 14 PvP at the time, and I could stomach 14 PvP more than I could stomach the city and PvP. So. Nice, I'm curious to see if you will be able to feel noticeable differences once you get to the higher floors. Yeah, that would be interesting too, Soj, with the current status of Machinist. I know Finn, he just raided us earlier, he's one of the top runners in Deep Dungeon. He was crushing Machinist on his re-clear. He went in on Machinist just for a casual clear, and he was like getting to the bosses with like 30 minutes remaining. It was incredible. And we're talking like Behemoth, we're talking like the bench. It was just kind of really funny to see that from his end. Alright, so what I'm gonna steal here, because what I want to try to do is I want to try to fight this boss again without using sustaining potions. I haven't used any sustaining potions on any boss so far, and it's not that you shouldn't, it's more like, again, you might be the player that might be lacking on sustaining potions, although by now you should have at least 20 because you got through floor 50. Floor 50 gives you one posture guaranteed from Edda, so you should at least be sitting on 20, but hey, you never know, maybe you forgot, maybe you just don't know how to get it. So this is gonna at least be like, hey, you can totally do this without sustaining, you know? But you have to make sure that you dodge all the mechanics, that's for sure. The sustaining will keep you up and kind of remedy any issues that you might step on a trap or something. But without that, you have to really manage your heals a little appropriately. Otherwise, you might run into some issues. Is this my first AW Machinist? No, this would be my second. The first one, I died on 187 because I got some really, really bad... I put myself in a bad situation, I died on 187. But this would be my second one, but the first one we are doing as a guide. When I did this earlier in the expansion, it was just a re-clear. I just wanted to explore Machinist and Endwalker pretty much. That's also where we found out that I could do the Behemoth without taking food off, because that was part of that experiment. And also it was one of the hot topics in the early days. A lot of people were curious, a lot of questions. Hey, how is Machinist and Endwalker now? How does it compare to Shadowbringers? That's why that video that I have is out there that compares the two of them. Because, look, at the end of the day, even though a lot of times I try not to fall into telling you guys, hey, this is the meta job, hey, take this job because it's the best job, I always try to encourage people to try a job of their liking, your preferred job, so on and so forth. But when you look back at the results of Shadowbringers, where it's now said and done, Shadowbringers is over, and you can see the clears and everything, you can't dispute the fact that Machinist had the most clears. It was the popular job. Now, in this expansion, it can be debated on, because a lot of jobs have gotten a lot better. Warrior, Summoner, Reaper, introduction of Reaper, one could argue Sage. So there is a little bit of a toss-up, in my opinion, to which job is really the best. The Machinist hasn't changed, and it's gotten even better because the PoTDs have changed, and there really isn't any reason why it's not going to do bad. But people can probably clear. I've seen a couple of Warrior Necromancers come into play. I think I've seen 1 or 2 Reaper Necromancers come into play, Summoner Necromancers. So you take that into consideration. But again, when people were coming from Shadowbringers into Endwalker, it was still like, oh, Machinist, Machinist, Machinist. So we had to tackle it as soon as I could. But I really felt bad I didn't get that clear though, because it was just 100% my fault that I didn't get the clear. But now, you know, we'll take it really seriously here and really try to get the clear now, and this will be hopefully helpful to the people in the future who look at this a year from now, a couple months from now, who are looking for that title. When the next, can you imagine, the next Deep Dungeon comes into play, they make a big hype about it. Oh, there's this title called Necromancer? I didn't know about that. They start looking it up. Well, this video will be there in the future, and this will be a good one for them to look at. So that's where this is going to come into play. I mean, a lot of the live tutorials I put out there really only gained traction like months after I put it out. It wasn't like the day after that I put it out that, oh, here's all the popularity of that video. No, no, no. They started to get some traction like months later, because certain streamers started to pop into the content, started doing themselves, and they started looking up the content. So, it's all about preparation for the future in essence. Of course, there is also this possibility that they, in essence, update Deep Dungeon to such an extent that it also affects the old Deep Dungeon, which then, oh no, I gotta do it all over again. God forbid, I gotta go back in here and do these guides again. You know, it's like, if that's the worst case scenario, then like, bring it. I'd love to just go back in here again for an excuse to clear, you know what I'm saying? I will make a note here that the bombs, the palace bombs, the ones that you see right in front of me, your classic Final Fantasy bombs, they do self-destruct. However, it will take them maybe a minute and a half to self-destruct. Under really normal circumstances, you probably will never see it. I think the only situation that could possibly happen that you see these things self-destruct is if you hit a luring trap and you have 3 bombs, and then you hit a toad trap and you waste 30 seconds and then you try to kill it. Then you'll probably see it explode. But you should be strong enough to kill them before they get into some problematic situation that makes it that makes them go boom. But it is worth noting that they still go boom. They do have an enrage, and people have unfortunately experienced that the hard way. Hi Giggles, have a good one. Thanks you for being here. You'll be going for a suit, says Gandalf. I hope so. And if you need any help, I got you. Sneaking in while working, good luck on the run. Thanks, Chicken Soup. Appreciate that. I'm not sure if self-destruct is an AoE a single target. I had one blow up on me in a match fighting Pooper and beside me didn't die. Ooh, good question. Good comment though, Agni. I don't know. I mean, how the heck did you have it explode in a match fight? I guess you just kind of left it alive for that long? Like, I wouldn't know if it's a target or not. Healers do enough DPS? Yes. For a majority of the enrages in here, healers should be fine. I think the one that was spicy, that I can remember, was Demons in 141 plus when I was on Astro, specifically Astro. All the other ones were fine. You didn't really run into a problem with any of the other enrages. Same with Hornets, those damn Hornets. I know, the Hornets. Well, that one you want to run away from. If you run away from the Hornet, you got it. I was showcasing that on floor 7, that if you get final stung, you can run away from it and avoid that. So it's a good way to just avoid, just to mitigate that part. Alkusnik, thanks for the follow, welcome in. Why'd your name change color? You probably close the tab and rejoin the stream. That's usually what happens when that happens. I was actually going to talk about that. Unless you can manually change your color. You can set your color if you want to. That's why you see my color is always the same, because I've set it to be blue. But you could set the color. But also I was checking, because the color, usually what happens is sometimes the color is different. I have two chats open. I have one for my Twitch chat, and then I have one for OBS. And sometimes the color will be different from Twitch chat and OBS. And in this specific instance, it is both blue on my screen for both of the OBS, so I thought you manually changed it. I think that's enough climbing for you, both Summon and Red Mage. So, alright, let's go, man. Good hustle, Lexi. Those Aurora mentioned they were the worst to pull in Astro. Demons? Yes. I actually avoid pulling them, or I have to have strength on. Because I don't think you can sleep them, if I remember correctly, and they just get into the rage. I'm glad I picked up the purity that I had had to use, because I didn't stop the box on the other dude. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good old Kate Westwind music. I got another Chimera coming, they are proximity. By the way, these Chimera do not do voices, so they do not do Dragon or Ram's voice, they just do the Conals. So you don't have to worry about these ones in particular. Teams are bad on tanks, I have no ability to debuff them too, you can't kill them. You can stun them, Agni, unless you have no abilities. Oh, you just said that. I'm such a dumbass. Yeah, no abilities you can stun. Well, except Paladin. Paladin you can stun them. Because no abilities does not stop you from doing shield bash, so you could do Pally. Kaya, hello. Good luck. Thank you, Kaya. I appreciate that. Hopefully I won't need luck for this part of the run, but I'll take it. Can you cheese these? I believe you can, Luxy, but they'll probably die long before you even have a chance to cheese them. That does work. Testing.
Testing. Does this work?
Does this work? It does. French lady does like to be called upon once in a while. Okay, this is the exit. The worms here are not dangerous. They do sand pillar, but they don't shoot you from afar. They also do not enrage. They are pretty weak. They will give you a little bit of a dodge sometimes if you keep them alive long enough, but don't worry about it. Thanks for the 100 biddies, I appreciate that. The game gave me no abilities on a floor filled with gargoyles and demons, so I fought gargoyles instead. You would think kicking something in the face is not an ability. But it is. Oh, I'm out. So what is this? Is this the strength? Yes, it is. Raising. Alright, so all my raisings are good, resolutions are good, loss is down, rage is down. I didn't pick the rage back up. Oh, I'm a dummy. I used it and I didn't pick it back up. Oh well. Oh yeah. Hey, at least if you're a dancer, it doesn't have to be a concern anymore because they're all weapon skills now. Shout out to dancer. Well done, Loken. You broke it. Thanks, man. Loken, I could always count on you when I need you. At least in AEW, I can put up Futon with the attack ability. Yeah, it's true. It's your favorite game? What kind of game is it, Sid? Can you explain? What kind of game is API error? I want to think it's a dating sim. Alright, dragons here, by the way. Here's a rule of thumb when it comes to Deep Dungeon, guys. The bigger the enemy, the more HP they have, with maybe the exception of the mimics. So this dragon, and especially the dragons later on in 91+, they're gonna feel like they're really meaty. Just heads up on that one. I think with machinists, you'll probably down them pretty well, but they are gonna be a little bit more meaty than everything else. They plan on releasing new PoTD stuff? So, if you're talking about new Deep Dungeon, we are expecting a new Deep Dungeon game on Brazzy in about 8 months. 8 months. January, February 2023, they are going to release the new Deep Dungeon around that time. If that's the question that you're asking for. We don't know anything outside of the fact that there is a new Deep Dungeon. We don't know the possible area, we don't know the theme, we don't know anything. All we know is that it will show up at around that time. Alright, hey Absolute Paradox, thanks for passing by. I'm sure I'm gonna catch you around. Have a good one. You should mention something about the big chat window in the tutorial. Help me when I finally learn how to use it. Oh, okay, let's do that. I can do that right now. So, this thing, right? So this is a keybind that I have set. I don't know what it is by default, but it is in, I think it's, is it chat? I think it's chat. No, not chat, it's system. Here we go. System, scroll down to the middle over here. I'm gonna put a stream marker here as well. And it's right here, log zoom window. I set it to num5 for myself. So that is what this does right here. It opens up the chat window, and it's really useful to me because it allows me to check if I use pomanders or if I had something in the chest. So that's what I do for that one. I know a lot of people, like with mouse, like I don't know how you guys use a mouse, but you would drag the chat box over, and then you would reduce it down again. Oh my god, dude, I have such OCD. If my chat box is not exactly the same size, I'm gonna go just crazy. So like I never ever adjust my chat box ever. So that's a really good way because it just opens it up and closes it like that. Yeah. What kind of maniac would do that? I've seen people just do that. Especially when you use, like, I think raid macros. Like, the raid macros are set in a certain position thing, so like you have to make it like big enough, but I'll just do the big log window. The zoom log window at that point. Yeah, there you go, yeah. Because you have to fit it into like the proper lineage or something. On controller, quick select. I think I do remember this, Lexi. I think I used that on controller myself. I think I had that set too. I think I was using that on a controller. I can't remember though. I'd have to refer back to my controller gameplay. Respect the scorpions. They do a pull-in, so you don't want to get pulled into the middle of the room into a trap. So something to take a note on. I have the treasure room, so I'm just gonna back down. This song already played, but I like the song, so we're gonna leave it on. It's a good song. How come I keyboard only? It's like OG gaming thing? You can say that, it's like an OG gaming thing. I came from FF11, Soj. FF11 did not have good mouse functionality, so I learned how to do this in this fashion. and going from Final Fantasy to a Final Fantasy, the very first thing I tried to see is if I could play exactly the same way. And the game allows me to bind literally anything I want to. So therefore that's the result right there. I've had to modify this over time though. It's taken me a long time to get to where it is right now, but here we are. So. Hello, how do you cast in Red Mage? Every time you cast, you move. Dual cast, you do your hard cast, then you move. And then when you need to stop and cast, you stop and cast and move. Stop and cast and move. That's how you manage Red Mage. Yeah. Yeah, and I've played like this now for 8 years. I played this game for like 8 years, and I'm just used to it now. Even ground targeting I have on the full keyboard. So... Hey, you think it's gross, I think it's awesome. But I'm used to it though. The opening to a dungeon is so good, it's just silence and cutscene followed by the music once you hop into Port and Train. Agni, I love the way they planned out and scripted out how the music's supposed to play. Oh, it's so good. I love when they really capture a scene in a video game or a show or an anime, and they get that music to just trigger right at that moment. It feels so good. It's just like, oh my god, that's perfect. Love it. Reminds me of people who get freaked out by some people who use right mouse to walk forward. Really? I like Summoner and want to run around. Yeah, Summoner is like a Machinist. That's why it's one of the big recommendations nowadays. It's like Machinists. You almost would never stop the cast. And the thing is, like, yeah, you do have the Ifrit phase where you have to stand and cast, but when you're going enemy to enemy, honestly, like, you probably can bypass Ifrit. Because you want to be in Dreadworm as much as possible, so by the time you get to another enemy, you're probably already at Dreadworm, and you would prioritize Dreadworm. So it would work out like that. The only time Ifrit would come into play is for a boss, but by then you're probably going to understand when you can hard cast and when you have to move, and just maximize the optimization there. You might like Summoner more than Red Mage, don't tell anybody. Alright, we will not tell anyone, Sig. I will delete the VOD tonight, just to make sure nobody knows. John Squid, hey, thanks to follow, welcome in. Dark is fun too, but I died on 56, so can't say anything about that. The high levels? Yeah. Oh, I'm at 89, I should do a steal. I'm gonna do a strength as well, because I want to strength the boss. Now, I will note, I'm gonna say this now, but I will also say this at the 90 boss. The 90 boss is a little chunkier than it used to be. If you have done the deep dungeon run in if you have done the deep dungeon run in Shadowbringers and then have done an EW, you will notice that the 80 boss, did I say 90? No, 90 boss. You will notice the 90 boss is a little bit harder. Now it's probably something that gets passed on because the boss is not too threatening with the ads. It just takes longer, but let me tell you, I had that fight down to a certain like timing, and that timing is now a lot longer, so it's something to take a note on. So I have done like a slightly modified strategy on that fight now, to kind of make it a little bit more efficient, but yeah, something worth noting for. I know it's the last one you cleared. Wait, Dark Knight is fun. Well, the reason I waited for Dark Knight was because I was scared of Behemoth. But then in Endwalker, I believe, or something to that effect, Setsu was the one who developed the strategy that seemed to not need resolution, and that gave me so much more confidence. But I was holding off on Dark Knight specifically because I was afraid of that run. So what I'm going to do with this fight is we're going to just pull it right now. I'm also going to use a sustaining potion here, because this fight is a little bit harder. And again, by now you should have at least 20 sustaining potions, because Eda dropped a potsherd. So you should have at least one right now. And we're going to use one right before I do a lust here. I'm going to do a lust right about now, because the ads are going to show up. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the lust to kill both ads. There's two ads that are going to show up. First one is right here, right under the boss. And then I'm going to stay in lust. And we're going to kind of shift a little bit, but not too much. I'm going to shift a little bit more to the center, because the next set of ad is going to be around the center. If you keep the boss, in the center of this arena like I am now, you're going to get all three of the ads that are going to show up. The ads are fixed position. They will spawn exactly in the same spot every single time you play this game mode. So there's the next bomb right over there. This is fixed positions. Now, in the 90 boss, it is 2 ads that need to kill, and then an ad that you need to have underneath the boss. So here I'm gonna do my burst. Now you want to watch Ricochet, because if you ricochet when that blue bomb shows up, you are kicking that bomb away from the boss. So you want to be very careful that you do not do ricochet, or you empty out your ricochets before that happens. The bomb is underneath here, it's right there, so keeping him center is safe. Again, no ricochet, I don't have it up anyway, but don't do AoEs here. Alright, now, the next ad that's going to show up, I'm just going to move the boss towards him, just so you can see visually, it is about here. Again, fixed position, it's going to be around, like, behind the boss. More than likely, you probably have to deal with it, especially with the speed that I'm going on. I mean, you can probably ignore it based on the damage, but you will see it show up, and I think I will ignore it. Actually, we may not see it, but the ad will show up around here. It's an ad that you need to kill if you're taking too long. Right over there. And that's if you didn't use a lust or something, you didn't have a strength on. So that fight again is a little bit longer than it used to be. So that is one of the starting parts of the changes from Shadowbringer to Endwalker. It's that boss right there. And then from here on until 140, the enemies are a little bit harder, a little bit more meatier, they will hit you a little bit more. So something to take a note on as you continue. It starts here, right here is when it gets harder. And then we'll definitely talk about the 100 boss when we get there. Let me catch up on chat for a second and then we'll go in. Using your Dark Knight run helped me clear. Ended up dying in 140. I should have watched the video before I tried. It's okay, it's all good. I fought Behemoth 5 times on Machinist and lost each time. Then I did a run on Red Mage and 1 tap. Wait, I fought Behemoth 5 times on Machinist and lost each time. Then I did Red Mage, then I did a run on Red Mage, 1 tap. I am mad and happy at the same time, at least I sense the title clear soon. Well, Behemoth is a different animal, bear that in mind. In Behemoth Machinist versus Behemoth Red Mage is like two different, it's like night and day. Of course 190 is a little bit trickier. I would say 190 is easier on Machinist than it is on Red Mage. But, I mean, you gotta pick your poison. Do you want an easier Behemoth or do you want an easier Godfather? So, something to think about. I've been procrastinating watching the videos instead of leveling up my 8th pole armor to attempt to run. I mean, look, you're absorbing knowledge, Colossal Shadow. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, you gotta do it eventually. So, what's up, Bivtech? How you doing, man? Shall we continue? Shall we still jam to FF8 music? 9 music, sorry. Let's go. Alright, so here I'm going to be a little bit more careful, because enemies are going to be a little bit more spicier. We had been going a little loose with the pulls, you know, just running through rooms, not minding aggro, but we do want to be more careful. Now, the fly traps here, the roselettes, are really easy to fight. They take a long time to do their attacks, and they stay at the range, so they're one of the easiest things you could ever fight as a ranged player. As a melee, it's completely different. You don't want to fight them as a melee. Just finished dipping my toes into Thornton X. Now ready for bed. Hey, I'm doing pretty well, thanks for asking. It's been a fun night. Been doing the new live tutorial update for Machinist, so we've been talking a lot about strats and stuff and random questions and everything, but yeah, good to hear that you had a good night. Good and ulti. Hope it's fun. Looked like all the gamers are having fun with that. I was watching a little bit of it, but I'm gonna refrain from talking about it just in case some of you are wanting to go into it spoiler free. or maybe your statics are starting up like tomorrow or something. So I'll stay very much away from information for now. Probably for this week, I'll probably just be really kind of hush-hush about it. But I've seen things for the fight. I've seen a little bit of the fight. I've been watching the world race, at least. I didn't know what their schedule was. I thought the world race was gonna go for like a number of hours, but they finished up by the time I was like ready to sit down and watch it. But I'm sure they're gonna be back tomorrow, so I'll watch it a little bit tomorrow. Sauce, please, thanks to follow. Welcome in. Just something interesting. That's what I heard. I like to keep track of that stuff. I like to be in the know, so I don't really seem like a complete dumbass when it comes to raiding. I may not raid, but at least I know what I'm, more or less what I'm talking about. So I do want to catch someone. I don't know who I'm watching though. Like, it's tough. I mean, I might try to watch some guys, but I don't know. As long as they're awake, they might prog for like 17 hours straight. Whew. Yeah, what is sleep, man? What is sleep, dude? Just game. That's the one thing I want to try to get. I want to try to get to. Like, I hope when the next deep dungeon comes out that I'll be able to game for like 12 hours. Like, I hope I can do that, because I tried to do it for Endwalker and I failed. I could not stay awake. Like, when we did early access for Endwalker, for Reaper, I was fine during the run, but when I finished that run, I was dead. I'm just like, yeah guys, I'm just gonna end stream and I'm gonna take a nap, I'll be back later. Like, I wanted to keep streaming, I wanted to do another run. I was just dead. And I was like talking up how like I'm gonna stream all weekend, I'm gonna go so hardcore. Oh my god, dude, I just like streamed like twice, it's sad. So I hope like when the next deep dungeon comes out that doesn't happen to me again, I could stream like long. I want to, but I can't force myself to do it if my body's just like, no dude, sleep. What are you doing? You already cleared? Oh cool. You can post a link. For 2 years we finally got another ultimate, exciting. 4 years no dude. Yeah. So it's funny. A lot. There was a couple tweets from the guys, my friendos. They're like, "It's been 2 years. Been waiting for this ultimate." I'm like, "Yeah, it's been 2 years, and I can't wait. I can't wait for the next deep dungeon because I'm gonna make my post." It's been 4 years. It's been 1,500 days without a deep dungeon. It's finally here. Like this is gonna be a funny post. Like, oh, 2 years for an ultimate, huh? Oh yeah, 2 years. Yeah. How about 4 years? But hey, we've made the most out of this content, haven't we? Between you guys and the challenges that we've done. And it is a huge thanks to the community. I mean, we've pushed the limits of this content so far, and even into like the present day, we're still discovering and trying things out. So we've definitely maximized this content, man. And I already listened to this song. Okay. You've been waiting 11 years for a candy cane warrior axe slam. What is the candy cane? The body piece or like the axe itself? The axe? That's actually a really cool idea. Imagine you will then have to cycle between 3 dungeons instead of 2. Well, at some point I would be, Vivtech, you're right. At some point in the future I would be. But certainly when that deep dungeon comes out, it'll be full focus on the new one. We're gonna have to put Palace and Heaven on High in the back burner for probably like 2 or 3 months. I'm probably not even gonna touch those for a while. Unless there's a reason to. They have some, right? Or no? What's the memeiest weapon that exists? Outside of the no fist monk ones, I guess. Is the Mughal weapons really the memeiest ones that are available in this game? Seriously? Huh. But now they could just do that with Reaper. It could. Monk teapots? No, I wouldn't really consider. Oh, the kettles? I don't know. That's not really memey though. That's not wrong, but you think the kettles are memey? I really need my necromancer title before the next deep dungeon come out. Kaya, you got 8 months, man. Don't rush. You'll get it. Don't rush it. Don't feel rushed. You got 8 months. 8 months is a long time. We gotta get through Criterion. We gotta get through Stardew Valley 14. We gotta get through the live letters. We gotta get through summer vacation. We gotta get through like 3 more seasons. So You get there. Pulling back to spawn for the safe play. See the amount of damage I'm not taking? That's machinist right there, man. When done right. Rune do. Yes, Jason, you nailed it. Chocolate bar and Graham Curry. You just want to ERP with that stuff, Luna. Admit it. You're not there to battle with that gear. You just want to go to the ERP clubs with your candy cane axe. You want cute Christmas weapons? Do you just want to like swing around a Christmas tree or something? I'm gonna sleep now. Why don't you just get it? Sleep after you get diamond, duh. What do you mean? That's how you start the conversation. I'm just implying something that you already wouldn't be implying. What are you doing? Dude, don't ask me, ask Luna. He's the resident expert. True. 6-6's already ahead of the game, man. He already has his plan. Like, dude, I've been there for years. Six Aether though, careful Luna. You're gonna have to wait till 6.18 for that data center travel. Fortune. The roselet is a sound, so I can walk past them. Cross DC RP, yeah. Let's go here. Nope. Let's kill the rosette, the roselet over here. Oh my god. I wonder how the clash of ERP cultures will end. With a lot of deleted accounts, that's probably what's gonna happen. Alright, to the exit. Do 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 do. Vitching. Hippogriff. The hippogriffs here are sights, but then they will see hippogriffs in 101, they'll be sound. Don't ask me why. Or rather their proximity, don't ask me why. Okay. Memories? True. Intuition. Hippogriff will get pulled here for the room. Alright. Let's pull the knight so I can get. There's two chests here. One chest here, but there's two knights. They are both proximity, so if I get the chest, I gotta kill both of them. To the chests, let's check the chests. Intuition. And more proximity knights. We'll pull this one if I want to get to the next room. There's also patrol going away from me. So a lot of what we'll get into as well in the later floors, it's where you're pulling, why you're pulling it. So what I'll definitely try to do in the higher floors is we'll pull things that are blocking exits. That's the ideal way to do it. You don't want to pull something that is just out of the way. So like these knights in here, I ain't got to pull them because they're not in my way. They're not blocking an exit, they're not blocking a chest, there's no reason to fight them. So actually pull the other stuff. I am recording. Actually, I am recording today. I really wanted to record this one today. Because if we do clear on Thursday, it's going up on YouTube and I want to put chat into it. Thank you for the reminder. Although it would have been too late, but it's okay. A good classic. I love this song. Resolution is good, but we have no healing, so we want to be careful here. Resolution will do bonus damage to Undead. And it's a really good tool to use. More than likely, you're probably one-shot stuff. Especially once you get into 96, 97, especially onwards, a vast majority of the enemies are undead. So getting a free resolution is free kills. So something to take a note on. Definitely use them to your advantage. This also gives you practice for the 100 boss, because you need to use this mechanic later, and we'll explain that fight as well. Such a happy song. Best dungeon song ever in all of gaming. Hot take. Okay. Hippogriff is not undead. Raising. Cultivation. Is it a dungeon? I mean, technically it's a dungeon by FF13 standards. Anything encapsulated in instance, I call it a dungeon. It is an overworld. What else would you call it though? What would be the correct category of putting it in? If it is an overworld or a dungeon, what is it? Just an area? Hey Eric, what's up, dude? Hey, thanks for giving this up to Alka. Appreciate that. Hey, what's up, man? Eric, sir, how you doing? Dude. Hallway. Oh my god, Biptech. How could you? "101 Dalmatians? Sure. I'm not opposed to Dalmatians, dude. Hey, I hope you're having a good night as well, Shinobi. What's up, dude? How you doing? No, I didn't say domination. I said Dalmatian. So who's the one that always focuses on the sexual? Luna? Cough, cough. Yeah, just saying, dude. You're projecting? Got it. Oh, my ricochet pulled a course. Oh no, what shall I do? Oh wait, I have 3 on me. Oh, I have a steel on though? Okay, let's focus in on this one. Gormon's done. We're going to wait something. That's waited. So let's do this one. So we have heavy, which we haven't really used this entire time because we really didn't need it, but we used heavy to put weight on the other enemy, so we can get some distance away from him. And now we can fight him normally, and this again is a machinist special right here. The fact that I can run around, mitigate damage, that's not something a lot of jobs can pull off. Summoner can, Bard can, Dancer can, but not the melee. The melee can't do that. Just finished getting my sage file to 60 while in class. Pretty comfy sage dice. Yes. Gonna try to bully Aurora to coach me into stage run if I get high enough. I need to bully him. He gets asked nicely. I wanted that chest, but I'm lazy. Actually, I'm not lazy. It's cool. Oh, there's another... The Gravekeeper is sound, so I can just ignore the Gravekeeper. Okay, you can't aggro because I'm walking. Okay, we're going to the exit. Robe on, teammate. Let's go. Teeth brushed as well. That is cozy time. Yes, Luna, that's right. Really run, so hopefully you get the palms you need and don't get griefed by Deep Dungeon. Yeah, I hope I don't get griefed by Deep Dungeon, Eric. Man, imagine getting griefed by Deep Dungeon, Eric. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Have a wonderful sleep. I shall catch you. I'm sure I'm gonna catch you around the Twitchiverse. As I do. As one does. Waiting to ricochet here. I want the chests. For the Twitchiverse? What's wrong with the Twitchiverse? Oh, because of that? Oh, please, we've had that word longer than that one. Twitching. You want the chests? Come here, Gourmand. We can wait you if you really wanted to, so you can't even catch up to me even more. Okay. Oh, we should be clear to the exit. We have to go around this way though. Steal! Well, we have to steal perfect, but I haven't seen a strength for a while, so that's a little concerning, but I have been skipping a lot of rooms to be fair. We haven't seen a strength in a minute, and I do want strength boss. "13 to 13, I like the transition. I will strength now, since we're at 99. Alright, so to get to this room I gotta pull the Gourmand, and probably the Knight because they are all proximity. This is one of the problems when you step into 199, is that there are lots of proximity enemies. And that's why it's one of the recommendations to have resolution towards the end, because the resolution towards the end will help you get through these enemies a lot faster. So something to note about that, and why resolution is going to be important later. But here, we just kind of mow them down. They're not that bad. We don't want to be dealing with multiple, because they are hitting me kind of hard, and I do have steel on. So, and I mentioned at the top of the floor set that we are dealing with enemies being a little bit harder here. They are more beefier, they hit you a little bit harder, so that's what you're seeing. And dragons are really beefy here. Like, you're not really noticing it now because of how fast we're kind of killing it, but they do have more HP than they used to. I'm crying, I'm scared. I just scared your BF so bad. He screamed for like 4 seconds straight. Hold on. Gotta focus in. I didn't see the Gravekeeper. Okay, big potion, okay. And fell to the floor. Wow, you're a great partner, Luna. Okay. I will get the chest. Yeah, I'll get the chest because I'm missing a strength here. I could get a strength. Holding. Oh, so you were a ninja. It's funny because you know what's funny sometimes? I do like being the quote-unquote ninja, Luna, but sometimes I will purposely like stomp my feet just to make sure that they hear me, because I can be way too stealthy and that can happen. So like I'll like go into a room, I like hit the wall or something, like bang into something just so they hear me. Because otherwise I'll just be very stealthy. IRL. And I know I could scare them. And that's the same though for me, like if someone sneaks up on me like that, dude, I get scared like hell, dude. But usually I try to position myself. Are you guys in chat the type of people? Because this is me. 100%. If you go into a restaurant or a cafe and you're gonna sit down and have a drink, you will make sure that you have the back to your wall and you can see the entire restaurant or cafe or something in front of you. That is so me. I cannot have a blind side if I'm in like a public place. Because I'll just get spooked if like something just happens that I didn't see in front of me. Only if you're alone. Well, I'm typically running solo, so that's usually my method of travel, if you will. Of course I'm watching for assassins. Why wouldn't I watch for assassins, dude? They can't catch up to me. You kidding me? Everyone does it? Yo, Pog, dude. I don't need it on my own. I get spooked doing that. Yeah. Either that or knowing, being aware of the stuff around me makes it easier. Yeah, mirrors, dude. I was just watching Bourne Identity with a good friend of mine. And I remember with that movie, how Bourne was explaining how he would sit in the diner and he would memorize all of the exits around him. And he would count he would remember all the license plates in the parking lot, and he would count the amount of people in the room. I don't go that far, but it's really funny how that kind of works out. All right, so floor 100, guys. Let's explain how this fight works. First of all, it is harder than before. Okay, it's harder than Shadowbringers. This fight will take a lot longer, and the enemies hit a lot harder. So I will do a modified strategy here. That is what I call a safer strategy. But there will be runners in the community that will do it normally. So you don't have to do it this way, you can still kind of do it with limited palmanders. But I will do this in such a way that's a little bit safer. So here's what we're gonna do. First ads are gonna show up. I'm gonna go into Lust after I get my last GCD here. Now the mechanic with this fight is that once you drop the ads, they will come back up and revive themselves. Now, one of the bigger issues with this is that if you keep them alive long enough, they're going to do a lot of damage. So once we get to and we push into the second set of ads, the first set of ads is at 90%, the second set of ads is around 64. When these guys pop up, they're going to do glass cannon or glass punch, and it's actually going to do quite a bit of damage on me. So we want to watch out for that in terms of the amount of damage. I'm going to be staying in Lust for a little bit just to eliminate them as the AoE. But you'll watch, they'll do Glass Punch here. It'll be quite a chunk right now. Oh, I guess they don't get into it. Where is it? I guess not. There it is. Alright, so I'm going to dump it. Still using potions here. Pop. Okay, now they're going to get into the second phase of ads. I'm going to do the resolution here. Because what I want to do is I want to eliminate these and eliminate the next set. The resolution mechanic eliminates the ads like that. And I will use a second resolution for this fight to eliminate the last set of ads. Last set of ads show up at about 34, I think? 34%? I think. Why don't I remember? Like 39 or 37 or something like that. Again, this is a safer strategy. This is just taking into account that more than likely you'll use lusts. And also, you're not really using resolution for the entire duty up until like 140, so more than likely you'll pick another one up. So using 2 here is not a terrible thing. There's the last set of ads. I pop into resolution again. They're gonna be dead center, so I kind of knew where they're gonna be anyway, so I kind of just did a quick one there. But that's one way to do it. You'll see multiple strategies here. You can kite the ads. You can take them down one at a time, and then do like a 1 resolution play. There's a lot of ways to do this, but I think this one is safer for the newer player, and it just takes care of it. You don't have to deal with the bigger damage, the more dangerous damage, and again, we did get hit with 1 glass punch, so you kind of saw how much damage that did. So if you're dealing with 4 of them doing glass punch, you're probably going to get 1 shot if you're sitting in a lust. Even then, if they all go off at the same time, you might be in a big trouble, so there you go. Let me catch up and chat for a little bit here. I'll pop a potion here. Either that, knowing be aware. I'm always watching my flanks. I scare myself with nothing a lot. Fair. Personally, I put on a horse blinder so I can go outside, otherwise I get overwhelmed by stimuli, but that's just me, Sig. That's fair, Sig. There's a lot of things happening in the outside world. My wife and kids scare me when I'm in the computer, they just come to talk to me because I'm hyper-focused. While I'm positioned, yeah, like, I usually probably would always face a door so I don't get snuck up on behind me. Can never be too cautious with laser dots, true. I hate doing 100. Yeah, I mean, this simplifies 100, honestly, for me. I think this is a nice strategy to play safe, if you will. But that's fair. I mean, this fight has gotten a lot harder. I will stress it again. This fight has gotten a lot harder than Shadowbringers. This is probably the biggest change from Shadowbringers to Endwalker, is this fight in particular. Everything else will feel slightly harder. Except this one, where it's like, oh, it's like way harder. But of course, if it's your first time, and you haven't ever done Shadowbringers, then just take into account that this fight is just a little trickier than the other boss fights. That's all you want to take away from, so. Coming from Shadowbringers, it's harder. First time into, for Endwalker, it's a little bit of a trickier fight. Just kind of respect it until you get more used to it and you can start pushing limits or something. Because it would really suck to go 100 floors to die on this boss in particular, you know what I'm saying? So. Zendros, I do the same thing. I was instilled in me while I was in the USAF. Never have your back exposed and always be able to survey the entire area. See, that's like, so like, I don't know if you guys had watched Bourne Identity or the Bourne movies, but Jason Bourne, the main character, was trained by the military to be like a super soldier. So in essence, a lot of those tactics are built into him, like super reactive fighting, high awareness, protection, all that stuff. So it's really interesting to learn a lot of those kind of like skills and stuff. I thought it was great. And it's like, they're like kind of like life skills. I mean, it kind of makes you a little like paranoid a little bit, but I mean, when you're a killing machine, I mean, that's things that you got to worry about, I guess. Now in EW, I was using your strat of only doing one less one as zone. Jesus Christ. Yeah, goof. That I know. In Shadowbringers, the old strategy is very spicy, and I had done that. I went and did that initially, and I did it, I think, 4 times. We did it on Sage, we did it on Reaper, we did it on Red Mage. And each of those times, I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. This is like way too spicy. So when I went back to Machinist, we modified the strategy just to be safer. But I've had people talk about how they still stuck it to 1 Rezo, 1 Lust. It's just you have to be a little bit more careful. I mean, when you know what's happening, it's okay. Like, you know what to expect, but if you're walking into it and you're losing those old videos, you're not expecting what I had done back in Shadowbringers. You're expecting something more difficult. So, yeah, make your adjustments as appropriate. But situational environment and wellness were a big deal when we were deployed in Southwest Asia. I imagine. I would imagine. I mean, sound effects, certain things, certain cadences, I imagine, are things you want to look out for. But yeah, absolutely. I'm not surprised by that. I mean, I'm so much a person where, like, I like to blast my music in my ears. I like to sit in headphones. I like to have noise-canceling headphones. But if I'm walking around a city or something, my ears are wide open, and I will not block my senses. I need to know everything around me, you know? Not that I'm scared of anything in particular, but I don't want to be caught. I don't like being surprised, per se. Alright, shall we continue? We got 20 floors, and we're going at a really speedy pace. So let's continue the run. Also worth noting, as we step into this floor, something that I will like to note, and this kind of complements some of the other guys that are out there, this is where you actually start farming potsherds, because potsherds will be a much higher rate of drop from the bronze chest starting now. So if you're still like, oh man, my potsherds don't look great, I don't really have a lot of potions, this is where you start to farm them. And I would highly suggest that you try to get to all the rooms. Now, when I do this, I will not get to all the rooms. I will be skipping some rooms, kind of going right to the exit here, and we might. But I would highly suggest in your own runs to check all the rooms, take the time to do so, because you will benefit off of that. It will be beneficial because you will come away with more potsherds than you started with, and then that's how you kind of grow your stock. And in reality, I should do that too, because I still need Pomanders. Also notice the damage we are taking. I was mentioning earlier that starting from 91, the enemies are a lot harder, and you'll see that we're going to be taking quite a bit of damage from these enemies, a little bit uncomfortable than it used to be. But you just have to take care of it and kind of play a little bit safer, and you'll be alright. Leafy Dude. Again, thanks for that follow. I don't know why I keep summing up like that, but I thank you for that if you hear me. I haven't done PoTD since November or so, as getting as far as 180. It's kind of intimidating to hear that some of it is harder. Well, it's a little harder, Zeatrix, in terms of, like I'll mention again, that 91 to 140 has been noticeably harder. Like talk amongst different people in the community who have been in it in Shadowbringers, so on and so forth. We will all agree that it is noticeably harder. But once you get to 41, it's kind of back to normal. Everything's kind of the same. Everything is kind of just like how you remember it. And then also, Zeatrix, if you want to, I would recommend saving this video to check it out on another time or something if you want to, because everything I explained is talked about in that video, but what I do in that video, I give you a side-by-side comparison. I take my Shadowbringer clips and I take my Endwalker clips and I put them together, and it'll just give you just that visual evidence of like why it's harder, like, you know, like the damage being like taking a lot longer to kill things, so on and so forth. So it just kind of drives in that point, I think, a little bit harder. But it's just an adjustment. I mean, we're not talking like all of a sudden it's impossible, all of a sudden it's like bad news. It's just you just have to tune your brain into thinking, okay, let's just take a little bit more care here. You know, maybe go a little bit slower, maybe just respect it a little bit more. Try not to maybe go so much on like a into like autopilot as much, because sometimes you will want to go into autopilot in this game mode. Because you're going through how many floors? We've been streaming for 4 hours. At some point, you're probably going to start feeling like you're drifting with the concentration. But I think what you want to do is just once you step into 91, maybe bring back the focus a little bit. Be like, okay, let me just pay attention a little bit more. Maybe like, you know, bring down the Netflix, you know, the volume a little bit less. And just put in a little bit of focus and you'll be okay. That's all it is. It's just a little bit more extra effort into it. And then once you're accustomed to it, once you get more used to it, then you can kind of, you know, get back into that autopilot mode. But yeah, no problem. But I think that will help at least be like, okay, I get it. Like this makes sense to me. And one of the telling things with that video too, Zeatrix, is I ran comparisons of 141 and also the bosses, 170, 180, stuff like that. And when you do them side by side, when I did them side by side with Endwalker, it was identical. Whereas comparing like 101-ish to another 101-ish in Shadowbringer's Endwalker, you saw that it took so much longer to kill things, you know? So right there was my evidence, my personal like kind of thing of like, oh yeah, it really does show that it is harder. And on the higher floors, it's like, oh, it's kind of the same. So it kind of gives that a nice reassurance now. And blame me if you die. Foolproof plan. We should, man, can you imagine, Sig, we do something like, we like sneak in some completely incorrect information, but then I feel so bad if like someone takes it and like runs with it. You know, it's like, oh, Anzu, it's like, oh, gorillas are Scythe in Palace of the Dead, something like that. Oh my god. It's like so bad. We're like just saying it as a joke, but it's taken out of context and it's taken seriously. It's like, oh no, what have we done? Whenever you fight a Yarzon, by the way, do not fight something else because of that bone down. And like I said, you're already taking increased damage here. So if you're taking increased damage on something that always is increased damage, it's going to be way more threatening and way more spooky. So just be careful. Sprites are sound, but I'll take care of this one. Wait, I just heard the song. Oh my god. Skip. The third time that song has come up in my playlist. This song is played already too. You guys would never believe I have 133 songs in my playlist. I should hear a unique song every single floor, but yet I've heard the same song 3 times already. Just a prank, yeah. Oops, just kidding. My bad. I miss Drill. I miss Ricochet. What a terrible timeline we are in. I miss Clean Shot. Oh my god. I miss my auto attack. Man, life's over. Let's pull the Sprite here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just had the saddest wipe of your life. Oh no, Henry, what happened? I'll read it. You type it, so I'll read it. Give me a second. I got a free rage in the flight of 4. I used it, but there were no enemies, so I quit the rage and step on a loading trap. Oh my god. Oh my, damn, that sucks, dude. Wait, what did I aggro? Okay. Well, you know what? Lesson learned. It happens. Hug the walls, I guess, but maybe react to the loading trap a little bit faster or something. Alright, lessons learned. Okay, I found the exit. I'm actually gonna check the chest here while I'm waiting for the Ziz to get out of here. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Sprite is sound. Shit. I don't have any heals, so I'm gonna do a potion here. I also can't really move that much. Damn it, Jason! Creed! Hey, Cred! Creed! Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Holy crap, I really appreciate that. Thanks, man! My allergies are starting to kick in, holy crap. Thank you for the 5, I really appreciate that. You're around, you know, you can totally thank your gifter, you don't have to, because I know the lurkers like the lurk, but thank you so much. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Should rage again. I mean, a witching would have been good, raising would have been good, Henry. It's okay. Learned a lesson. I'll go this way. Watching while doing the climb, I'll get to 100 eventually. Yes, you will. Dude, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. Why am I getting seasonal allergies? Like, I'm just sitting here. The fuck, dude? No, I got a pot shirt. Hell yeah. Let's pull the stag next. Clear this room up. I'll go check this room, why not? YOLO. That is the exit, okay. Good battle theme, I like this battle theme a lot. Potion. Okay, this way. Escort mode? Okay, you're gonna have to explain. What you have to do is a 2-man party. The other person has to have and start at. Also, like the other person is full palms, full arm in armor, and I'm at 0. So there was a time when I did do a climb with a 10 armor. I think I had like 10 and 20, and we did a full climb. I can tell you for a fact that once you start getting to Cerberus, and you start getting to Fenrir, that their AoEs one-shot you, so, you know, that's not great. Oh, they're the drag-along? Oh, that's not bad then. I thought I would be the drag-along. Because that's bad. I gotta basically coach the guy through the thing. I mean, that would be kind of interesting. If I gotta drag someone on, that's not hard at all. That's no different than soloing. It's essentially like, you know what's a cheesy way of doing it though, Creed? Is that you just kill off your friend every single time. That would make it a lot easier. You got it, Sig. Oh, you want to keep them alive. Well, they're gonna die. Okay, but they're going to die from AoE. So, like, the only way I can keep them alive is if I go, like, Scholar. Because, they will die to the bosses. Like, they're just gonna get one shot to the bosses. Smilington? I'll take Smilington. Alright, squirrels cast haste. So one way to handle them, there's two ways to handle them. First, you just kill them fast enough. But you could also... Okay, check this out. So Scamper is haste. I can do arm's length, and watch what happens when you do a squirrel. He gets slowed, and then he tries to keep casting Scamper. So that's one thing that you could do, is just to cancel the haste out if you're taking too long. But then the other thing is just that he tried to do Scamper again because slow overrides haste. That's one way to do it. Otherwise, you just kill it, which we would have killed it way faster, but... random tech, if you will. I don't mean keeping them alive as certain conditions so much as the portal won't open when they're dead. Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes the squirrels get a little aggressive when you're like on a low DPS job. Machinist doesn't really have that problem, but it's still worth noting. Steal. I'll use it. One. I just opened a can of Monster ready for the grind. Nice. I could not drink Monster. I drank Monster one time. I felt like I was drinking liquefied nerds, and then I just kinda just... that's it. I couldn't imagine how people drink that. No, I'm not saying like it's bad, I'm just... it wasn't for my taste buds, that's all. My taste buds couldn't handle them. We'll do the thing. Alright, let's check the last stream just in case there's something there, and then we will go. There's a chest here. I'm kind of missing a strength, so I kind of am a little motivated to check chests. Although I just aggroed the stupid Ziz by accident. That AoE does a sleep, by the way. Or I think it's paralyzed. I think it's sleep, actually. Funny how random squirrel is more dangerous than the first 9 bosses. Yeah. I mean, a squirrel got up to like 101, so I mean, it's going to be more dangerous. Yeah, Creed said it in text. Squirrel killed your red rage motivation, damn. Okay, the hippogriff here are proximity, so something to make a note on. They were sight earlier, they are now proximity. Hey government, I'm doing pretty well today, thanks for asking. Just about to hopefully wrap this up soon. We got 15 floors to a victory, and we're going pretty well so far, thanks for asking. Exactly what Sig said. 1 and here their proximity, 91 and up in 191 they're sights. Have you noticed any difference in difficulty in Painter with the new job changes? So were you talking like 6.1? Well, this patch that came in today, the machinists did not get anything because I think the patch, the update they got was for a higher tier ability trait. The only one that you would notice is probably what, Gunbreaker, I think Gunbreaker had potency increase, but I haven't really touched Gunbreaker, so I don't recall the other updates to the jobs though. Okay. Okay, got my strength. Okay, let's go. It's just Gunbreaker and Machinist. Got it. I do have steel here. We have steel again. But here, notice, something to note about a bonus steel. I've seen loads of people. They see the steel, oh, let me just use the steel. No, dude, if you want to be efficient, exit this floor first. Find the exit to the floor, open up the exit, and then come back for the steel. You have 3 minutes of steel. Use the most out of it. So something to keep in mind for that. Don't pop it right away. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have to probably travel all the way over here just to get it, but look, it's better than wasting 3 minutes of steel. Maximize that efficiency, and that's gonna be more and more important in the higher floors. You want to maximize your buffs as much as possible. Get the optimization there. Goes up corn pops. Was spicier than I remember on Ninja. Yeah. Well, Ninja does have a little bit less damage, so to be fair. Okay, what if I'm too lazy to run back? Well, then you better pop it. Oh, you know what? Actually, the other plan, Sig, for the real answer, is that you would kill everything near the chest and then pick it up on your way out. That's what I would say. Just kill like everything near the chest and then don't come back. I remember the small potency increase to machinists. Yes, there was a small potency increase in 6.1, but today's patch I think didn't affect it. Okay, we have Hornets. We had dealt with Hornets earlier in the first floor. Now, one thing to note about the Hornets is that they do take longer to do Final Sting. The Hornets in the earlier floors will use Final Sting a lot sooner, but this one you more than likely will kill it before it even becomes a problem, especially on Machinists. Something to note on that one. I got to 180, Hex says. I got to 180 for the first time and completely forgot everything, still on break from PoTD now. Oh no! You know what, it's okay. I mean, it happens, especially if you're not too used to it. Don't worry about it. At least you got your refresher course, so it's all good. Now I'm gonna go back and get the steel. Yeah, it didn't affect PoTD or Heaven High because the Wildfire is a trait. Yep. Higher level trait. So no go on that one. But we did get adjustments in 6.1, and that's one reason why Machinists. That's why you're seeing Machinists now, because there have been some potency increases. Honestly, the live tutorials are a little bit out of date. The more and more we get further away from them, I've been seeing comments specifically on the 100 boss, people having problems in the 100 boss. So it was a motivating factor for me to pop in and do this one once more to do a live tutorial updated for Endwalker. I wish they would make new that isn't so punishing. We'll see. We put it in the Deep Dungeon feedback video, and we'll see if I hope Square Enix saw it. You know, we kind of put our heart into that one, and we also translated thanks to Chila with the JP translation. So one would hope that it got to the right hands, and maybe we had something out of it. Who knows? Quick question: do you think you'll ever get Omni Clear? I need more pots. Of course I'll get Omni Clear. What do you think, dude? Maybe I'm not gonna get Omni Clear? I'll get it. It's just I need more pots. I only have 13 potsherds right now, so I need more. Black Mage really decimated my potsherds. Like I started, dude. When I started Black Mage, I had 103 potsherds. When I ended Black Mage, I had 2. So that killed me, and then Asho is the next one. So I'm kind of hoping Machinist kind of helps me out a little bit. Might push a little bit of limits on machinists, but not too far in limits, but yeah, I'm gonna mitigate some bit here. Hey, Red Crushed. Thanks, I appreciate that. Hopefully you won't need the luck on this job. We should really crush this place on this job, but you never know what happens. We gotta still play careful, limit the mistakes to close to 0, and then we're okay. Respecting content. Let me see if I can get this chest real fast. You are looking... Also, something to note. If you haven't already noticed, if you look at enemies, first of all, they're omnidirectional. But second, look at where their arrows are pointing. See the arrows? That can definitely tell you which way they're facing. This was not something that was there before, and it's really important now. I don't even know if my live tutorial had that. I don't know if the update was there where they updated the positionals back then when I did that live tutorial. But this is a really, really easy way to see which way enemies are facing if you're having a little bit of a troubling time to see where their face is. So look for that arrow, and you're like, okay, he's pointing in that direction, and especially with a sight enemy, it's worth knowing. So what's the consensus suggesting for handling DCs? There is no consensus. I think the best one that I think would work would be the instance stays open, and it just continues running, and you get back in. I think that's the most fair way of doing it, because right now it's set up such that if no one exists in an instance, the instance closes, and that's why when you disconnect, you can't get back in, because it registers that no one is in the instance and it shuts it down. So I think leaving the instance open, like maybe leaving a marker that the player was there, so on and so forth, and some way to separate whether it's a leave or a disconnect would be good. And at least you have a chance to get back in. I mean, maybe you come back in and you spawn into a patrol or whatever, but hey, it's a chance to get back in. And that one feels like you can't exploit it. I can't imagine exploiting that. I mean, unless you're gonna do it and like dodge a patrol walking towards you, but I don't think that's even gonna be a problem. You're not wrong, it's just, I feel like, you know, maybe resetting a file is the worst thing. I don't know how you're gonna do that. Hey, Demon! Yeah, your old one helped me so much to learn PoTD, I'm sure this one is, but hey, Demon! Hey, Demon! Congrats again on that dance circulator, I was so happy to catch you stream that. But yeah, I hope the new one will be nice and updated, and it's getting further and further away from that one, and I've been seeing comments about certain things on it that are out of date, and it's like, I feel so bad. Like, I even put the links to like the new versions of it, but you know, it's just better to have the full actual guide out there. So I'm glad it helped. It makes me happy that you said that. I'm glad it helped. And yeah, this is for the future. For the future! For the future kiddos that want to get the title. Yeah, resetting the file is extra bad. I think keeping the instance open and like letting the ecosystem still work, I think is fair. But I don't know. You didn't know the arrow was new! I thought it was facing arrows. No, it was not. It was new. It was so funny, Killajolt. Again, I don't quite remember what patch note it was. I don't know if anyone in chat knows off the top of their head. But we called it the big ice sprite nerf. Because ever since the longest time, you would go to ice sprites and they are sight. Ice sprites are sight, but it was a very difficult time figuring out which way they're facing. You'd have to like watch them move and then see if they're like facing in that direction. But now, like with the arrows on the omnidirectional, you know exactly which way the ice sprites are facing, and they got nerfed to hell because they can't hide their position. It was really funny in that thing. And really, it was only that specific like duty that probably mattered in all of the game. Ice sprites and 181 plus. It's hilarious. Yeah, exactly what Sig said. Like, I would make the comment like, okay, let's see which way he's going. Okay, he goes to his left, he is facing his left. But then you get the tricky thing, where if they run into a wall, they might turn around, and it's hard to see if they turned around. So... Why did you spam my inbox, dude? What are you doing to me? You're making me paranoid. Oh my god, Jason. He's like, I'm almost done, so I get to check it later. The last live tutorial was September... it wasn't that video? Damn, it wasn't that video? Holy shit. Dude is really old. Let's go this way. Tea is still hot. You know what my dad does, Lexi? He puts ice cubes in his coffees and his teas when they're too hot. He just puts an ice cube in there. Instant cool. That's why I would almost burn my eyes out staring hard to see if they hit the edge. Yeah, I agree, Sig. That's the same, because sometimes it's so hard. You already did? Oh. Ice cube and coffee? Yeah, to cool it down. That's what my dad does, yeah. He tells excellent jokes. What can you call him? Dad jokes. Hey, what's up, Gims? How you doing, man? Why does that with anything? Coffee? Ramen? No, that's bad. Why would you do that in ramen? Oh my god. You're like gonna water down the broth. Tell your wife she's weird. Signed random Twitch streamer. And then if she's like, what's Twitch? Just don't explain it to her. Just be like, don't worry about it. That's just what happened. Double rage. Look, the coffee and the tea I get, but the ramen, dude, you're gonna ruin the flavor, man. Come on. See the Twitchiverse? Says you can do that too? Yeah. Signed Asian guy from Twitch. Yeah, do that one. That's a good one. Just do your taxes fun. Isn't it past the day? Call me crazy, but I eat in water sometimes when it's too hot. You drink hot water. It's like putting ice in your beer. Isn't it like the same as like putting ice in like your like wine or something? Amazing. Insurance. Yeah, that's good. I do have freezing stone to cool down drinks without watering them. Ooh, that's fancy. I think I know what you're talking about too. It's fancy. Yeah, I know. Well, you never know, man. I might lag out to hell. She does put ice in her wine. She makes spritzers. Oh my gosh, your wife. You know what? I'll say this, Vera. Your wife sounds really weird, but at the same time, it sounds like you picked a good one. You picked a unique one, so we'll go with that. Here's my May 2nd. Okay. I thought it was, you know, honestly, Games, I thought it was the same for everyone. I guess that was just ignorance on my part. I thought it was just the same everywhere. I think that's just pure ignorance on my part. What's up, 8-bit? I'm doing pretty good, thanks for asking. C is a good one? Good. Right answer. Right answer, dude. Imagine you're like, yeah, she's alright. And then like she just happens to be watching the stream. Oh. Oof. That'd be hilarious. Putchard! Hogshard. Oh, I got something else. Alright, let's be a little cautious here. Oh, I don't have steel. Okay, really cautious here. I'm gonna pot here. Okay. Playing Animal Crossing? Sure. I was passively listening when you said Vera. I thought you were. Oh! Oh, okay, I should say Bara. Sorry, my apologies. Bara and Vera. And Tim and Tom. And Billy. I call out all my lurkers? I don't call all, dude, I don't even look at my list. Well, I could just say random names and someone might respond. The Gale Cats are proximity, so everything is proximity here, so I have to kill them all. One, two, three, four. Again, respecting the bees, because they can final sting, but we should be alright. So we're assuming at this point you have more sustaining potions, because you get a guaranteed potsherd at 100. So you're probably sitting at maybe about 30 if you're starting super fresh. So definitely don't feel too bad about using them. We're gonna probably use them on the boss. I could strength steel for the boss, which is something I typically recommend. But let's do that boss without a strength steel, just as a demonstration purpose, just to showcase how that damage is coming in. More than likely you have to use the sustaining potion. You're gonna use a lot less of it if you do a steel. So it's something to note. Did 140 boss named Palace today, it was so easy with Strength Resolution. Oh yeah? That's the go-to shot, man. Strength Reso. The quick kill, the quick kill. As long as you get all the hits in. If you don't get all the hits in, then it's a little bit of an issue, but... You also start getting... Yep, exactly, yep. Exactly, you start getting potsherds more commonly in this set, and I picked up 2 so far. So definitely don't feel too bad about using potsherds at this point. The thing is, I'm probably going to need to use it when he does wind burn, because the dot that you get from this boss is actually pretty potent, especially without steel on. This is one of the changes on this fight that have made it just a little bit harder, because I don't actually remember wind burn doing as much damage as it does. But, you know, we kind of talked about how 91 to 140 is a little bit harder, and that's kind of one of the noticeable factors of that one. Tank runs feel really good for saving up. Yes, they do. Yeah, tank runs, red mage runs, what do you call it? Healer runs if you really want to be daring. Honestly, Machinist is pretty good at mitigating too. It really is. It doesn't make you use as much as other jobs, so you can get away net positive. But especially when this is usually going to be your first job to go in, you may not be used to that. It might be tricky, so... Wonder if 4-man parties with foreign potsherds... Nah, I don't recommend it. You need to have some good RNG for that one. However, when I think we did the, when I did the 4-man last week, tried out, with, Sadie and Matt and Sky, I think all of us came away with at least 10? I think we all came... No, not 10. I think we all came away with at least 5 to 8 potsherds each. I think Matt had more of them, but I think we all eventually more or less got some, but it's still better to go in solo. I think you pick up way more solo. In a duo, maybe it might not work out, but less people, higher chance. You know, that's honestly one thing that I feel like they should change, in my opinion, at the very bare minimal, is that if a bronze chest drops a potsherd, it would go to everyone. It wouldn't be a singular person. I think that would be a really good quality of life. Honestly, it would make the idea of going in with a party even more appealing. Because you can go in with your friends and farm potsherds way faster. Like, I would actually suggest that to do it in potsherds, you know? If everyone got one from the thing, that would be so cool. I think that's fair. I think, honestly, that's a fair thing to do. Because really, you're only gonna need potsherds for, like, the party. I mean, honestly, like... Yeah, I know there's rewards and mounts that get included and stuff, but, I mean, it's not that extensive. So... You thought that was default? Nah, it falls into the people's pots, into the thing. Also, if you were paying attention, my HP dropped really low. That's because I wasn't healing, but that's kind of the reason why we wanted to pop the potion here. I wonder if we can get them to swap fortune to increase bronze chest potsherds next 4. Maybe put fully restricted. It's gonna drop 4 potsherds, but people get them randomly. Would be cursed, yeah. No, yeah, intuition goes to each person, yeah. No, it goes to every person rather in the party. Alright, hey Wallen, thanks for being here as always, my friend. It is always a pleasure having you around the chat, and I hope you have a wonderful night. I'll catch you Thursday. So, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I have been streaming on Wednesdays, But in all honesty, I don't have anything I really want to stream. I've been doing some variety, I've been doing some PvP. I'm kind of done with PvP, I want to just do it once a week. I want to keep with Stranger Paradise on Mondays for now, so I can get some time to recharge for that speedrun. And I don't really have a new game on the docket, so I'll just take a chill tomorrow, and we'll come back on Thursday for this run. Anyway, we still have 10 more floors. I'm not saying we're done yet, but you know, Wallen's heading out. I just want to let him know he's always around. I'm gonna pop a potion here again. Thanks, man. It'll just be like back to normal for my old schedule. The only time I've managed to cast PoTD Groove, walked away with like 45 gold sacks, and someone got, oh dang, dude. Probably should have been doled out, yeah. So this boss is not complicated. It's the same exact boss as the floor 10 boss, but as you saw, the damage was a little interesting, to say the least. But it's not bad. Why, Scattergun? That's that move I have in PvP. Alright, 10 more floors, guys. There's some interesting things I may want to talk about in 111, and we'll probably do that today. There's one that I may not want to demonstrate, but I'll talk about that too. But let's go in. Is 45 gold sets in how many rooms? Yeah, it's a lot. Titan. Okay, let's do this one. You want to know something cool about the Gigatoads, guys? Check this out. If my back is turned, or if I'm flanked, I'm to the side. If I'm flanked, this Gigatoad is gonna stun me with his sticky tongue. Because the sticky tongue is a positional. Why is it a positional? Don't ask me why it's a positional. But if your back is turned, if your side is turned, you will get stunned. So do not run away from this thing. Trust me, that's one thing that you probably might do in Machinist. You might be kiting a Gigatoad because you're used to kiting everything. Do not do it on Machinist. And there's a reason I stealed, because if I did not steal, that thing has the potential of killing me. So that's why I stealed, so I can demonstrate that thing. Yeah, I'm not gonna demonstrate a Cobra killing me. Unless I get a, if I get a raising, if I get a free raising, I will demonstrate that. But it's only if I get a free raising, so you guys have to cross your fingers to receive one, but I am not gonna sacrifice a raising, because I may not see one for a while. Puddings are proximity here, so they would be a higher priority to fight, as opposed to that Ergonite that's right to my left, because I cannot get through a room if these puddings are around. Incomplete tutorial? Damn. Oh, I didn't realize the thing wasn't dead. Well. Strength. Iban Noir, thank you for the follow, welcome in. I think I said that right, I hope. It can be changes about raging in the treasure room. Oh, it can be very dangerous, yeah. Oh wait, do you fight normal or witching if you pull two toads? I try to position where they're both facing me. But man, if I didn't have steel on, I think a witching might be good, especially if their position is out of whack. Because yeah, you can get a bad angle and you can actually get flanked unintentionally. It's a good question, Killer Joel. I think there are times when I can manage their position, but usually they do not kind of cooperate with their positioning. They kind of just they have collision. What's it called? PC collision, whatever it's called. So they will collide into each other, which means they can't go through each other. You're witching 100% without steel. Yep. With steel, it's gonna be debatable, but like, yeah, without steel, it's gonna be like such a spooky thing. There you go. Just nonchalant. You're dead. Alright, so let's do the Giga Code Part 2. So I'm gonna pull it, I'm gonna face it, and you're gonna see we're gonna take a sticky tongue to the face. No stun. No stun. So that is a positional. Back, flank, stun. Front, no stun. It's literally the only enemy in this goddamn game mode that has a little positional. It's actually pretty interesting. Again, do not kite a Gigatoad. Here, we'll demonstrate it again. Let's see what a typical machinist will do. Ready? I'm gonna kite him like crazy. Pop, pop, pop. Running around, running around. Up! Actually, damn, I didn't do that right. I did that wrong. I did that incorrectly wrong. Well, bad demo. Not the best demo. You know, do it again. Thanks, man. You know what? I try my best. Like, wait a minute. Actually, you can kind of kite him. Yeah. It was timed in such a way. I was trying my best to force the sticky tongue, but I had hit a GCD and it registered me facing him, so that's why that happened. Only reason that happened is because I unintentionally was facing him when I did it. Like. So I guess yeah, that was like an extra pro move, if you will. If you really wanted to kite him, just make sure that you're facing him at a certain point. PoTD on Wondrous Tales? I laughed. There was someone in the Discord who's like, wait, do I have to get all the way to 200? I'm like, it was funny because it's like, oh yeah, you gotta get to the bench to complete that Wondrous Tales. Yeah, 100%. Can you imagine if Chloe is like, hi, I'd like you to give me the tale of you getting Necromancer. It's like, wait, you want what? Like in a week. Like, wait, in a week? For like one sticker? Like, that's pretty hardcore, right? Like, Chloe just wants you to get Necromancer just for a sticker. Of course the sticker will go in the wrong spot. No, don't aggro! Fine. I got to 100 using standard, finally swapped it, but I got tired of adjusting manually. Got Crystal and hey Wobsley, welcome to the club! The Crystal Club, let's go, dude. Hell yeah! Yo, you all have to make sure you sport those portraits when they come out. Hi, Luxie. Thanks for being here. Lily, how you doing? It's good to see you. Did we get another chance to demonstrate the Toad while I still have Steel on? Here we go. Oh shit, but I can't really kite. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna run away from him, right? My back is turned. I get stunned. So that would be a typical machinist thing right there. Look at that, I take half my HP for that. Holy crap. So make sure you do not get stunned. Always face the Gigatoad. Respect the Gigatoad. Do not get stunned. Half HP with Steel on. It has been a while. I've been looking around as I get some late night game dev. Oh cool! It has been a while, Lily. It's wonderful to see you. Have you been streaming lately or nah? Hey Chris. My night's been excellent. Chilling with chat, talking strats. Hopefully helping some people in the near future. If we clear. Maybe we gotta so focus on that. Oh, that's a big focus. But I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to talk with you. I almost consider you one of the OGs, Lily. The OG's back when a bunch of us were doing our thing, right? When Todd was still new, and when Bale was still there, and all that stuff. Well, Bale actually was streaming today. It's like the OG. Plan to set up my equipment today. In fact, Hog, let's go. Let's go. Cyrion, Mimic. One moment, I will get to you in a second. Let me focus on this Mimic first. Okay. Silver. I was hanging and watching out some of that stream. Good times. Nice. A guy to the 190 boss earlier says Cyrions. Want to thank you for your videos. Would never have gotten that far without it. Hey, I'm glad to hear that you got there. Well, we gotta get you to 200 fans, so if you need any more questions, if you're not sure what happened, certainly ask, but if you know what to do, you just needed that experience, and I do wish you luck, and definitely come back, let me know when you get that clear, because you will get that clear, and I want to know about it. I love it when you guys come in and tell me you get clear, so I want you guys to tell me these stories. The best. I wonder how insane Machinist would be in here with 70 plus. I mean, how much more do you want? How much stronger do you want Machinist to be, Killer Joel? You just basically want a GCD one-shot everything in here? Like, Machinist is like the strongest. It keeps getting buffed, it's hilarious. I remember when the 6.1 buff came in, I was still hearing people saying how it wasn't enough for Machinist for the buff. Like, like in PvE, like they still needed more from PvE, and all of us in Deep Dungeon are like, okay, well, we really don't need more in Deep Dungeon, but you keep giving us more, so it's kind of whatever. Yeah, sick. Yeah, it's about time Machinist gets their glory. I feel like Machinist in Palace of the Dead is like White Mage in PvP. Like, no joke. Okay, we got a Cobra. We gotta respect a Cobra, and I have HP down. HP down is bad because this thing does poison, so I'm actually gonna respect this with a potion. But on top of that, I was mentioning this on 11 to 20. If we hit a Toad Trap with a Cobra, we will get one shot and the run is over. A Cobra will use a special ability called Devour, and it will eat the Toad. I kid you not. And I would love to demonstrate it if it didn't one-shot me. If it didn't cause the end of the run, I would love to demonstrate it. I actually have a clip of that in my channel. We do have a clip of that, of me doing it on like 1 or 2 jobs, so you could check the clip, but it's just something I will just not demonstrate. Unless I had a raising. Miss Sheila! Welcome in. Hello, ma'am. How are you doing? I got lost in the cardinal directions. Oh no! Oh my gosh, Syrians. I did the same thing one time, Syrian. So I was using the map, and like, you would think I'm pretty good with maps, because I'm honestly really good with maps. But then there was this one time I thought south was north and north was south, and then I flipped myself. Because I was looking at the map in a certain way, and I wasn't looking at it true north. And the bomb spawned in the opposite side of the arena. I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? I'm so stupid. I know your pain. Started progging ulti. I'm on cloud 9. So you're PvPing on cloud 9 already, dude? Damn, you went right into PvP. Holy crap. I'm doing pretty good. Today's been pretty good. We're towards the end of the run, as you can tell, but we're doing good. It's exactly what happened, except east and west. Oh, don't you hate that? So you know what's one thing, Syrian, that some people have suggested? I don't do it because I do not like markers on that fight. I'm actually like anti-marker on that fight because I put markers down one time and it threw me off so hard. People put markers to indicate north, so they put one marker down at that gate, and it gives them that orientation of like when they're looking at the map, they kind of reorient themselves, and that might help you. I don't know. It is not going to help me, but it might help you. So, oh crap. It sounds amazing to see, Lily. I would demonstrate it if I picked up a racing, but I haven't picked up a racing, so. You try that once you get back in there? Okay. Yeah, it was a really cool suggestion from some of the people, but like I said, I don't do it because I just don't like it. Yes. Chayla's badass, dude, I knew it. You use it anyway? Well, Sig, you're just hardcore, you know? When Sheila puts in her resume next time in Japan, she's gonna put world first ultimate raider. That's gonna be one of her things on her resume. I think that'll fly, right? I think the people will hire you because of that. They're gonna go down the resume like, oh yeah, we gotta hire this one. It's right here. You're actually experiencing some regret. Is there anything that eats the otter? You know, it's an interesting question. The quick answer is a no. But I had been curious if the cobras in 1 to 10 would eat an otter, but I don't think anyone has tried. So I don't know. But an otter lasts 30 seconds. So essentially everything eats an otter. I'm gonna skip this one. I'm gonna go with this one. I'm gonna get some. Besides, is happy my happy wait has good markers besides B, should be northwest somehow. Yeah. Oh, and Haps did his run. I think he put markers down, right? I just hate markers. Double intuition. More cobras. Shit. This one does Mukin, and we want to interrupt it the moment it does it. If you don't interrupt that Mukin, it will do a stone skin on itself. And the stone skin is actually 50% of its max HP. But it lasts 8 seconds. So in essence, you just don't hit it, you just wait for it to wear out. But it is a thing to have to worry about. I'm gonna let that Cobra go, which I think I did. I'm gonna make sure Cobra's not coming over here, which I can't see shit because of the dead body of the salamander. Okay. I lost 140s earlier when I learned earthquakes have the... Oh yes. Oh yes. In Heaven on High, they do have the enrage. It's actually even worse. The enrage in Worms in Heaven on High, they stun you first and then they do it. Like, they don't even do that in Palace. Yep, the slimes do blow up. Same thing in 11 to 20, they blow up. So I do pass on them a lot of times because they are sound and I can get around them and I'll pull literally anything else. So I mean, imagine toting when you're fighting a slime, like it's just the run's over. So I'll pull anything else. But yeah, they do explode. It is a wipe, just like 34 is. Yo, Mr. Pin, how you doing? Good morning, sir. Strength. Hungry? I'm alright. Yeah, I'm alright. I should eat. I have cookies that I haven't eaten like forever. I should eat them. So hungry. We were talking about open-faced burgers earlier. Because Miss Lemondrop passed by. And she was telling us about this like Loco Moco burger that had like lettuce and eggs and stuff in it. It's good. Yeah, it sounded real good. Me? Yeah, I'm on a reader, dude. You know better. Come on, you know better, dude. I started doing it all the time now. Egg on burger is the bomb. It's literally the bomb. It's awesome. I always, if I have the option, Tridab, I will always order it. Always get an egg on a burger. I don't even care what else is on the burger, I just get an egg on the burger. Okay, hey Luna, I hope that the appointment goes well tomorrow. I hope you're not in a lot of pain, and I hope you're able to raid tomorrow, so have a good one, man. Bacon egg cheeseburger, ugh. The whole egg shell in it, yes. Meat, eggs. I can't have the tomato because I'm allergic. Lettuce, cheese, maybe. What the? Beetroot. Barbecue sauce. That's your classic local takeaway burger in Australia. Really? Beetroot is interesting. What? That beetroot sounds really interesting. Holy crap. I can't have tomato though. I'm allergic to tomato. Yeah, runny egg on burger, yep. Got surprised to find in Australia. I gotta try that maybe. Alright, let's proceed. Oh, here, one tech we'll talk about is the Morbles. The Morble. Oh wait, we're not there yet. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I went ahead of my script, guys. I apologize. I can't go ahead with the script. Gotta bring back. But we're gonna be talking about Morbles because they're a big thing to talk about. When we see them. Let's get into the song. Everybody heard the song. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. Oh, okay, got him. So I gotta make sure I stun the... I stop that. Good, got it. I don't have interrupt, and there is another salamander over here, so you gotta be careful. It is sound, by the way. And they have a really big aggro range, I think because their body's bigger, to be noted. Gonna pull him because I have interrupts. Here. Okay, let's pick up the strength and off we go to the exit. I already spotted the exit, so I know where it is already. An FC made it as mine might try to get 3 lines in a row, 3 times in a matter. Wow, 3 times in a matter of weeks? What kind of RNG your friend has, Lily? Did you tell him to play the lotto? You just tell him to play the lotto. Or him or her, or them, sorry, them. They should play the lotto. Obviously. Yes, please on the steal. Okay, let's talk about Morbles. I've been playing since existed. Yeah, I've never gotten 3 lines either. He needs to play a lot. Maybe start doing PoTD. Now that could help too. Alright, so Morbles. Something interesting to talk about Morbles. They open with a sleep, and then they follow up with a bad breath. So there's definitely a really easy way to handle them. I guess we're not going to see it right now, because the game's just like, here's a rage. We'll see it in the next one though. Is Hugh Jackman an Aussie, Sig? Canadian locale from fast food sucks. Always the worst poutine made with the trash ingredients. Damn. You don't know. Got it. The salamander is very confused. You're the ultimate, just not the good one. Got it. Switching. Can you die with Rage active? You do take damage, Lily. Here's a couple scenarios I can throw at you. One of the worst ones to have are 2. If you have Pox on, it's bad because you are not regenerating HP, so every damage you take in, you do not get it back. Second scenario is if there's auto healing on the floor. So if auto healing is disabled, same idea. You're not getting anything back, and if you take damage, you'll eventually get too much damage and die. Now there's two things that can be useful. A little bit more of a wider scale here, talking broader, not specific to Machinist. One, if you're melee, you can Bloodbath. If you Bloodbath before Rage, you actually do get the HP back, because it is a physical hit. Two, if you're a Scholar, your Fairy is actually going to carry you, because they'll keep healing you even if you're taking damage with Rage, so that's something interesting. But yes, you can die in a Rage, you're not immune to damage, you'll take damage normally. You don't have any extra defense or anything like that, it's just typical. So a lot of times what would be a good practice is to pop a mitigation, pop a sustaining potion before you use a Rage, so you can get at least a couple heals in, just in case you're taking a couple hits. Buys you 15 seconds out of the 60 seconds to get some extra healing in. Oh, it's so common to higher floors. Especially when you aggro more than one, or you're taking hits from like a worm or something. It's really bad. Oh my god, you gotta pull those things little by little. Holy crap. Give me a Morble. I need to demonstrate a Morble for the class. Come on. Got 2 more floors to do this. Got the Ochu, there's a big AoE, but that's okay. It's also a little bit longer, so you want to respect it a little bit. Won't kill you, but I mean, just don't stand in it, duh, forehead. Big trap here, just kidding. Yeah, I gotta sneak in there. We are running gunning, what's up? Okay, here's the Morble. So here, we get in the dead center. Watch, I'm gonna get slept here. And then we're gonna slept for 3 seconds. I can get out just in time for that bad breath. If you're fighting normal melee, like this is like normal here, it is designed to catch you. Because the moment you lose sleep, you try to get out of it, you're gonna be in bad breath. So to mitigate that, you would go in its hitbox dead center, and you'll be able to get out of it every single time. Even with high ping, you'll get out of it. So something to note with a Morble, so you don't take that bad breath. Stand dead center, dead center. Trey, how's it going, man? Am I gonna play Final Fantasy XIV Classic? I've never played it, so probably not. Like, if you give me a 2.0... You know what I would do? A Heaven's Wood Classic. You know why? Because then I get to try Deep Dungeon before it started to have sustaining potions, before Red Mage existed, and when Cleric Stance existed. I would like to do that. I want to see if I can clear on Healer with Cleric Stance. Because back then we were nowhere near as good in Deep Dungeon than that we are now. And I want to see if my skills apply now to back then. That would be an interesting experience. I had a really nice date back on Sunday. Another sushi outing plus a comedy show. You had a date? Damn, Trey, let's go, dude. Poggers. Are they a keeper? Are you still betting the process? Sprint to save time, lose all TP? Well, yeah, no. Hey, never say never, dude. Never say never. What do you mean? What do you mean? Legit question, you know, are they keeper? Just saying. Just asking, dude. Sarcasm? Oh. I was serious. I'm asking seriously. You never know. Alright, let's go pick up that chest. 1.0 got burned and deleted for the reason might be the worst game ever launched I played. Yeah, I think everyone agrees that was probably the worst game ever launched. Is this no? This is a live drill pin. I am gonna teach the masses how to clear on a machinist today. So we're explaining things, over-explaining things, talking about the little details here and there, fielding questions, answering things. It was a nice time. Good. But you still didn't answer the question. Are they a keeper? You're dodging my question right now. I mean, Sig's not wrong, but I also don't have potsherds, but I have been getting them back. I started with 3 potsherds. Oh, I didn't do my own advice here. Cool. I still made it out though. They would be one. Pog, dude. Let's go, Trey. Alright, cool. I wish you the best of luck in that venture then. One. Okay, now we're doing this right. How to Astro. Job change. That would be a good TikTok though. Love Kips, you gotta be faster, dude. You know, Pin has a ping delay where he lives in Japan, so I mean you gotta be way faster, man. Just saying, dude. He's already at a handicap and he's still B, dude. That would be a good TikTok right there. How to play Astro Deep Dungeon. Swap to any other job. I'm gonna use a steal for the boss. Alchemist? Oh my god. Especially voiceover? True. Uh-oh. Oh, was that my turret? That was my turret, right? How did that die? I'm confused. I don't know. No? We've already established that I cannot auto on a frog because we tried doing that last time. It didn't work. Yo, 23 win. Thanks for follow. Was it Wildfire? Was it Wildfire? Maybe it's Wildfire. But no, but it didn't look like it had Wildfire on it. I thought I was just gonna have to like run around forever, but it just died. Unless I had an auto attack trigger right before I really got into Toad or something, but instant replay. It was a turret? Okay. That's fast, damn. Love Kips may not get the chat faster than Pin, but they got the clip faster than Pin. It just died because it fell over. Emotional damage, yes. Alright, boss time. Hey, the only thing you need to know about this boss, respect the bees. But I do this boss in a very particular way, which kind of helps with damage. So we shall execute it, shall we? We do the initial pull. I will lust later. So what I want to do with my lust is I want to do the lust when the Repulsia has the ad, so I will kill 3 birds with 1 stone, if you will. Yes, they do. Now, I believe they do, what, 13,000? No, they do 7k or something. How much damage do they do? I don't think you're surviving one on the Machinist. But you can survive one on a tank, you cannot survive 2 though. And that's why you need to kill them, because they are a DPS check in essence. So if you keep them alive, you're screwed. So we will fight them here, but I'm going to use the Lust here to take care of both of them in this one. Is it percentage based? Really? I thought it was just... Oh. Anyway. Killing the bee at the same time, we can get to full 5 stacks here for the Lust. And then we continue as normal. Dumping out. Alright. Anytime the bees show up later, we will focus them down. Alright, so he's gonna get into the bees after that leaf storm. He's gonna go to the gates to reset his position. We're gonna get prey, and then we're gonna see the bees come out. Bees are here, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Easy on a DPS because we down him really fast. Gonna hold my reassemble here because I only get 1 reassemble. What? I think be good to talk about how animation canceling Lust if you haven't already. I've been waiting for it to hit on 5 so you can kill it on later. Oh, the transformation, that's right, my transformation macro. That's on here, right here. And what I used earlier was the transformation macro. I'll put that in the video, in the link, when we get there. I'll show it after we beat the boss. You're right. See, I told you, I take things for granted sometimes. I don't remember half the things that I do. I'm gonna be focusing on the boss here. I should kill it in time, I feel like. Especially because I have a drill coming in. Alright, so the transformation macro is this. Right here. I'll put it in chat because I'll probably have chat anyway. Transfiguration, because the buff is transfiguration. So you use that. What you used to do is you click it off, right? You click it off, you kick the buffs out. But here you can use this as a sure shot, so it guarantees that it takes that out. That's good for controller, good for keyboard only. But a lot of people use it anyway, even if they're playing on a mouse, because it's just you don't have to accidentally click something. So that's the macro on that one. It's percentage I know from Astro, not from experience. Gotcha. I have full form. We'll talk about the HP macro once we get to Behemoth, though. It's a good button for sure. Alright, guys, like I always like to. Wait, what happened? Why is no one here? That's the showcase. That is the 121 file. We'll continue that on Thursday. But I do appreciate you guys being here for part 1 of the live tutorial. I hope questions were answered. I hope I did a pretty decent job explaining at least the important parts. The ones we really had to talk about was Floyd 100 amongst anything else, and the changes from 91 upwards. So we'll continue this on Thursday. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'm pretty much set on the fact that I'm not streaming tomorrow, and the reason for that is because I just don't have anything to stream. I'm gonna do SOP, Stranger Paradise on Mondays. I'm gonna do PvP on Fridays, and neither of those do I want to do more of right now. Like, I don't have a new game that I'm looking at now, so we'll just chill on Wednesday. Because I've been streaming on Wednesday for a little bit, for like a couple hours, but we'll chill on Wednesday, and I'll come back Thursday for the continuation of this. Hopefully we get the clear. So come on back, we'll do part 2 on Thursday, and hopefully we do finish that out so I can get that out for you guys to devour for your own attempts. It'll be the freshest update that we'll have on the Machinist Guide, because, you know, it's right now, so it'll definitely hopefully replace the other one, but I'll keep the other one available, of course. But thank you guys, I really appreciate you. If you guys haven't followed the socials, please do. We have Discord, come on in Discord, let's talk Deep Dungeon and PvP. And we're gonna get on ready for the next one coming in 8 months, so you better believe it's gonna get busy in there once that Deep Dungeon starts showing up. Twitter is where I announce I go live. I also post some shorts there. One of my PvP videos went K-Wire, so that's been getting a lot of views. And then YouTube. The first YouTube is where you will see this video show up in about a week's time. The second YouTube is where I play Variety, and I've been posting my speedruns there. One of my speedruns is up now, so if you want to see me speedrun Stranger Paradise, it's there. So if you want to check it out, it's over there. So thank you guys, thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to see you all, great conversation, great time to hang with you. And on a day that was a big day for Ultimate, a lot of you still showed up here, so thank you so much for that. I'm sure watching the guys doing Ultimate's a lot of fun, so I really honestly was expecting a little bit less people here. That's why I wanted to do this, because I just would have been just chill and going through, but a lot of you showed up, so thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. But let's go find someone to say hello to. I want to see who's up and alive. I preferably want to go to a homie who I may not have a chance to usually raid, but we'll see who's up right now. Actually, not as many people as I thought would be up. Actually, I was expecting a couple people to be live, but they're not live. So, let's go to... let's go find someone... Ooh! Oh, okay, perfect. Shayla's gonna like this one. Because Shayla raids this individual quite often, but he is streaming on DGen. So I get to raid him, because he raided me, and I get the chance to raid him. So we're gonna go to our buddy, and a good friend. He's honestly a good friend. He does Deep Dungeon. He's been trying to do Deep Dungeon. He hasn't cleared quite yet, but he's a really cool guy. His name is Lux. He's a VTuber. And usually he streams in the earlier hours. That's why Chila is able to raid him. But he's doing degen because of his static, because he's doing ultimate. Now I'm going to warn you. We're going to an ultimate stream. So if you guys do not want to see it, if you want to avoid spoilers, please leave the raid. I understand that, but I wanted to kind of maybe support some of these guys that are going in, some of the weirder times that people are doing streams for that. So if you want to avoid that, please just give me a heads up. But I hope to catch you guys Thursday for the continuation of the Machinist file and the live tutorial. And I hope you have a wonderful night. If any of you are working at Ultimates, good luck. Tell me how your prog is going. I'm trying to keep up. I want to actually keep up with the fights and have a general understanding of what's going on. So talk at me. You know, eventually we can talk about it. But yeah, good luck, guys. Let's go raid Lux. Let's give some good luck. And I'll catch you later. See ya. Spam my emotes. Good night, guys.